such an exciting night of boxing in store for the fans tonight. But before we get into it, let me ask you, you guys have had such a busy year in collaboration, so many exciting fight nights that have been put on for the fans. What can we expect, John, for the rest of the year and also going into 2025?
Yeah, thanks, Mel. We've had a meeting this week, Mark, Dennis and myself. We've got some really good news. I think next year we've probably got somewhere between 25 and 30 fights across Dennis, Mark and TM14, so we're going to be really busy. The majority will be here. It's our home now between the two of us. I think we've got every month booked in pretty much other than January, and some months we got 2. We'll go back to Ipswich. We'll drop that in now. I'll get it ahead of Mark, but we've got the O2. We'll be back there for the promoters colliding. Mark wants to try and get revenge, but we know what happened last time, so we'll have some fun with that. And then there's some shows abroad. You know, Dennis is a busy man. He's out in the Cayman this week while we're in East London, so we'll let him off, but we'll do the Cayman again next year. We're back in Texas. I missed my first show, what was that, 3 weeks ago. I think I've done 44 shows. It was the first one I've ever missed here. Mark clearly had it under control, but I was out sunning myself in Texas. We had 2 on the same night, so it's really, really exciting for all of us. There's lots of fighters to get out. We've just added another date, hopefully soon to come up, that we haven't announced yet, because there's so many fighters who want to get out, so really exciting times to come.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it. It's so exciting, and we can't wait to see how 2025 pans out. Mark, obviously, going back to tonight's action, it's a card that's got so many amateur prospects. You know, if you follow amateur boxing, these are names that you've definitely heard, names that are highly anticipated. Give us a sort of highlight reel of what we can expect.
Well, we're back at the iconic York Hall. They call it the home of boxing, but it's our second home, really. As John was saying, we're here sort of every week, every couple of weeks now. And I know they all say that promoters have egos, and we certainly do. But I think we're running boxing in London at the moment. You know, we've got more shows at this venue than any other promoter, and there aren't really any other venues that are better than this. So it's just great to be here. And tonight is going to be no exception, as in selling out this iconic venue once again. You know, we've got something for everyone. We've got debuts, we've got prospects, we've got people who are on the verge of some big titles who are going to be coming up in our next few shows. But there's something for everyone. I mean, John will perhaps give you a bit more information on some of the individuals, but it's just like a top to toe, really fully stacked card. You know, some boxers have sold massive amount of tickets, so we know this place is going to be absolutely stacked out. That's probably like an escort for one of our big selling boxers, just to say, probably just arriving.
I think that's the ambulance is just running late, so at least it means it's going ahead. So like a top to bottom fully stacked card again, working with John and TM14, getting it on Talk Sport and FightZone. It's just brilliant for us, it's brilliant for the boxers, and you know, just that the winners are going to be the fight fans for sure tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, Mark. You know, there's been some great ticket sellers. We've got Orian, who's sold a ton of tickets. I know that Ergel as well, he's a great ticket seller. Why don't you talk us through what we can expect from these guys?
Yeah, good shout. So top of the bill, we've got Orian Ignat tonight. He's out of the Peacock Gym. He's 7-0 with 7 knockouts. A cruiserweight. He is the most impossible man to match. So good luck to the fella he's fighting tonight. But hopefully we'll get another stoppage for him. But a bit of a step up, I think. So maybe it's a 6-rounder as well. So if he gets all 6 rounds under his belt, that'll be good for him. We've got Ergel, as you said. We're kind of treating that a bit of a debut. I think his debut was 2 years ago, and he hasn't been out since. So the ticket money that we've collected and the what been sold, we know it's going to be very, very busy with them. Equally, Orient, you've mentioned Orient. She's sold a lot of tickets for a debutant young lady as well. Really confident when we met her yesterday at the weigh-in. It was the first time I met her, so it's always lovely to spend time there, which was great. And then you've got a few on the undercard as usual. James Hawley, who's now with Mark. I think he's 11-0, 12-0, real talent, so we'll be out tonight, and then we'll look to get him out before the end of the year. Louie Muldowney, he's our guy. I think he's 5 or 6-0 now. All his fights have either been with us and Mark as a collaborative or either separately. Sells tons of tickets, so it'll be busy in here. As Mark said, bit of a prospect show tonight. There's no title fight, but it's still a fantastic show, and as you will expect, all the fights that you'll get on ours will be the away fighters will come and have a go, so expect some fireworks.
We definitely expect some fireworks. There you have it, guys. Top to toe, full of action for you guys at home. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned for tonight's action.
Well, a very good evening from York Hall and welcome to FightZone TV, where tonight, courtesy of Neilson Boxing and TM14 Promotions, we bring you 10 bouts of professional boxing, potentially, should they go the distance, 52 rounds to bring you this evening, and those include 3 professional debuts, 6 undefeated records on the line, and we go all the way from bantamweight to heavyweight. I'm Stacey Copeland, your commentator this evening. I'm delighted to be joined by one of the kings of York Hall, former British champion and current man of the early stoppages, Denzel Bentley. We'll say hello to him shortly, but let's crack on with our official introductions for our MC this evening, Mike Connolly.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. We're live from London tonight. It's York Hall Rumble, brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing, John Tretheway of TM14 Promotions, and Dennis Hobson's Fight Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're live on FightZone. Good evening to our viewers at home. The following is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your steward in charge, Mr. Des Rees. Your inspector, Mr. Chaz Coakley. Your timekeepers at the bell, Mr. Stephen Bucci and Mr. Brett Bowles. And finally, your referees, the men in the middle, Mr. Sean McAvoy, Mr. Mark Bates, Mr. Lewis Van Poch, and Mr. Bernard Oyet. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, bout number 1 on your card this evening. Please welcome to the ring, Angel Gomez.
Tough little fighter is Angel Gomez, born in Nicaragua but has found his home in Slovakia. A familiar figure on the UK boxing scene. He's faced Peter McGrail, Cameron Bwong, and I watched him here at York Hall last December against Sonny Boy Hardy. The 24-year-old steps into the ring for the 50th time as a professional this evening.
And his opponent this evening, please welcome to the ring, Max Schulz.
Making his debut as a professional this evening, Max Schulz. Interestingly, shares his name with a famous musician and composer from Sweden, an ice hockey player in Denver, and a German destroyer, the Z3 Max Schulz naval ship. Well, if he can draw on all that sporting, creative and fighting spirit, then we're certainly in for a treat. A former national champion, he had 45 amateur fights and represented England, and his coach has described him as the Southpaw Ricky Hatton.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is a lightweight contest set for 4 3-minute rounds, and it will feature the man to my right, making his 50th professional appearance, weighing in at 138 pounds from Chindanga, Nicaragua, Angel Gomez. And his opponent this evening, the man facing him across the ring, making his professional debut, weighing in at 136 pounds from Essex, Max Schulz. Your referee, Mr. Mark Bates.
Okay, gentlemen, listen, when I tell you to break, take a step back immediately. Get your punches up, obey my commands, and set yourselves at all times. Good luck to you both. Touch gloves.
So one of 3 professional debuts on tonight's card, Max Schulz, fighting out of RJ's gym with Ross Pearce and Rod Julian. And as I say, his coach has described him as a southpaw Ricky Hatton. He wears the black shorts with the red trim, and Gomez in the white and gold. He's a tough cookie, is Gomez. Made his debut in 2018, and this is 50th outing as a professional, so plenty of experience, and he's been in there with some decent fighters as well. And a big occasion, the professional debut. Denzel Bentley, must seem a long time ago for you, since that night when you made your debut.
Yeah, it was right here in this hall, 2017 actually, so long time ago.
It's, of course, as we've said many a time, it's not just the performance, is it? It's dealing with the nerves and the build-up, and it is different, isn't it? It's a different feel, a different atmosphere.
Yeah, it's a different feel. I mean, you come from the amateur, scene with the more padded gloves, the vest, and not as big as a crowd, and then you come to York Hall and everyone wants to come see your debut, whether they're interested in boxing or not. Everyone in the debut does about 200 to 300 tickets, and it's like you walk out, you get a ring walk song, you put the gloves on for the first time, they're a lot smaller, and then you start thinking my opponent's got the same gloves on, and then you're fighting with no top. It's just it's a different environment. It's exciting, but at the same time nerve-wracking.
Sharp, fast hands of Max Schulz, and a little bit of flashy footwork from him in this opening round. Been impressive so far.
Oh, it was a good right hand to the body from Gomez.
Controlling the distance really well, isn't he? He's very quickly found his range dance, hasn't he? And
yeah,
he crouches, Angel Gomez, so you have to make those adjustments and almost punch down from the position that you're in, and he's made that adjustment already.
Yeah, he made it early, and that's the sign of a good fighter. He's paying attention to what's going on in there, and he's looking, he can see what Gomez is doing, and he's just, making the adjustments that he needs to be able to capitalise.
Well-timed backhand from Schulz there, and again, looking sharp and measured. Not forcing anything.
He's got a nice tight guard, I like that. Especially from young fighters. I mean, a lot of fighters nowadays, they come through and try to box with their hands down and be try to be a little bit slick, but he's got a nice tight guard and throws nice, good, fast, sharp shots. Oh, good right hand there from Schulz.
That's just a little reminder to Schulz, isn't it, that Gomez will let those hands go. It was an arching shot, wasn't it? Just caught him over the top, so just a little warning to stay alert, but not a great deal for Schulz to worry about. And altogether, a decent opening round, that. And again, it's just about controlling those nerves and that adrenaline, and he did that. It was an impressive display so far.
Yeah, he did, and the first round is always the round where you get them nerves off, so now I'd like to see him come out in the second round and just, be a little bit more accurate and precise with his shots. He's throwing nice sharp shots, but like you were saying earlier, Gomez crouches down a lot and you end up throwing over his head. I want to see Schulz, bend his knees a little bit and meet him with that jab and just, start landing some good shots.
When you have a fighter like that crouches low, that is the shot that they can surprise you with every now and then, isn't it? When they come over the top from that low position, and if you're just not quite switched onto it, it can catch you unawares. But he does have a good amateur pedigree, national amateur champion Schulz was an England boxer. He's won a few Box Cup titles as well, 45 amateur fights, so good experience under his belt to bring into the pros, where he does have big ambitions. Got his licence in August and will have been thinking about this very moment every day since then.
I mean, like you said, you turn over, you get your licence, and you just, oh, good backhand there from Schulz. But you just want to get to your debut, and then all you're thinking about is performing. You just want to look good. Everyone wants to have, you know, the perfect debut, but you just got to stay focused and, you know, focus on the job at hand to get that perfect debut kind of thing. So
certainly found a home, that straight ramrod backhand of Schulz's, but it's good to see him mixing it up as well, because he's gone to the body sometimes, stabbing that jab into the torso of Gomez, and that's good to see, because he's not predictable for Gomez, is he?
No, he's not, and he's not headhunting and he's not rushing. You know, he's trying to find the shots. Like right now, he's sitting there, he's looking, he's moving his shoulders a bit, and then he lets his hand. That's good shot there to the body there from Schulz, and a nice jab. But he's not rushing. Usually, you see a lot of debutants, they come in, they just throw 100 punches, especially with the ones with a big amateur background experience, because that's how you fight in the amateurs. You just come in as 100 miles per hour. Good shot there.
Really well timed shot from Schulz. He just walked Gomez onto that and just took a tiny step backwards to create space for it. Beautifully set up for that backhand to find a home, which he has done frequently, but from different angles and with a variety of shots as well. Good to see from Schulz. Really good debut opponent as well here, Dens, because yes, he's took it up and he's, you know, he's not making it easy, he's not presenting opportunities, but he also throws back, doesn't he? So there's plenty for Schulz to learn in this opening fight, because sometimes you feel that fighters, they're not taking a great deal from it, but he is catching him on occasion, like we've just seen there, and that's good for his development.
Yeah, most definitely. Like you said, Gomez isn't making it easy for him, but at the same time, come back with some shots. He loops the right hand over the top every now and then, or sometimes it goes to the left hand. But so it's making Schulz have to answer questions, you know, in his debut here. So he's not just going to walk him down and start throwing shots. There's something coming back, so he's got to think about that. Good backhand there from Schulz. He's setting him up nicely, walking him onto it. Now he's just on the back foot a little bit, and he's just, you know, oh, there's a shot that Gomez came back with a big right hand over the top.
And it just gives it that competitive edge, doesn't it, rather than for what really are akin to sparring rounds. They know they're in a fight, and that's good. Start that learning and be under a little bit of pressure early doors. But this is good work from Schulz as he puts some combinations together. Just backs Gomez up.
Schulz is doing good work, but he can also go back, look at this, watch it back and see where he went wrong as well, like what mistakes he made. And that's what's
good about it, isn't it? Because if there's absolutely nothing that you can really draw from it other than, well done, you know, you sort of outworked somebody or were able to do what you want and pick at will and had no defensive responsibilities at all, there's little they can take from it. But as you say, already after 2 rounds, he'll be a better fighter than he was 2 rounds ago.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's true. Got to pick up on those mistakes, you know, just get back, just be defensively responsible as well. Like it's not a given. He's going to come back and throw a shot, and it only takes one shot to, you know, change the fight. You've got to be careful.
Is that your promoters this evening? Wouldn't we love to know what they're giggling about? Plenty goes into promoting these shows, so it's nice for them to be able to sit and enjoy the action. He's had some good sparring, Schulz, as well, and that's really key at this stage, Denzel, isn't it? Because they may not always be able to get a competitive fight this early on, but they need that high-level sparring to make sure that they're switched on all the time and improving week upon week.
Yeah, most definitely. Like you said, with good sparring, you're basically boxing above the level you're competing at, and that's what he's doing right now. So, you know, he probably can't wait to get at this stages where he's, you know, boxing people that are willing to fight back. Not like Gomez isn't, but just with a little bit more threat, more power, you know, sharper jabs.
Coming with ambition, of course.
Coming with ambition, that's it, yeah.
He's had sparring with Liam Dillon, who of course was due to headline tonight against O'Doherty in that fight that unfortunately hasn't gone ahead due to O'Doherty having to pull out with illness. So twice in a month for Dillon. Really disappointing when you put all that work in, but good sparring for Schulz nonetheless, as he puts a nice combination together there. Gomez just switching stance just for a second. He's also had sparring with Joe Cordina, of course that two-time IBF world champion. Jordan Gill as well, so really top quality sparring for him, and you can see that because he's really razor sharp, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, and you'd have to be to share the ring with those guys, especially, you know, on more than one occasion. All three of those guys are, you know, they present problems in their own right.
And they wouldn't have you in for sparring, would they, if you weren't?
If you weren't, yeah, exactly.
Giving them plenty to think about, so that bodes well for him. Just say that he feels that the pros will suit him better, being able to choose his shots and take his time, and I think he's exemplified that, as we saw then, not forcing anything, not rushing his work. It's been neat and tidy and technically sound, hasn't it? Yeah, no, he has, and he probably is right, because if he was an amateur still, the fight would be done by now. 3 2-minute rounds, it just goes so quickly. So now he's able to just look at his work, pick his shots a little bit, and take his time. But he still needs to be careful coming back. Yeah. Gomez firing back there, but it was good to see Schulz being first and third there, Denz. He initiated that attack. Gomez countered, but then he was in position, of his feet in position to fire back immediately. So that was good to see, a good exchange between the two there. Doesn't lack intrigue, this one, just because of those wild swings that Gomez can just launch almost from the hip at times. So certainly keeps you on your toes in there. Schulz can't afford to switch off, because it just takes one of those. If they catch you, you don't see it coming, that can be the end of it, can't it? It can indeed. A wild little character, Gomez. It can be awkward in the sense that element of unpredictability, where he can tuck up for a moment and then sometimes he's pushing you back, as he is now, pursuing Schulz, closing the ring down and throwing those wild swings. So you don't always know what to expect with him. Yeah, no, exactly. Like you said, he's unpredictable. He moves, he's got good head movement, to be honest. So he moves his head a bit and then he makes you feel like what's coming. Before you know it, he's looped one over, and you know, it could clock you, or, you know, if you get out of the way in time, then, you know, you're safe. And what they'll be looking for here, Denz, is just those tiny little increments of improvement, just short, sharp, clear bits of advice of what they want him to work on each round, and looking for him to execute that. Yeah, I mean, when you get back to the corner, I'm sure it's every round they've asked him to, you know, pick something up and do something different. And of course, we don't know what the corner are saying, but we have seen, you know, differences every round. I mean, the first round he had a nice little tight guard and he was coming forward, throwing sharp shots. The second round he was a bit more loose. He loosened up a little bit. He was throwing shots from the hip, moving his head. The third round he was getting pushed back a bit too much, and they probably asked him, don't be pushed back this round. So, you know, hold the center and finish strong. I'm guessing it's hard for him to not to a box, but to figure out what Gomez is trying to do, where he's so unpredictable. When you're sparring on a better level of fighter, it's easy to read them. Whereas with Gomez, he's just kind of doing anything, and it's working for him a little bit. He's doing some really unorthodox things here, isn't he? That lower body mobility and almost dancing on his feet, and he's almost grown in confidence and momentum as the rounds have gone on. And he seems to be really enjoying himself this last round, Gomez. He does. He's still pushing Schulz back. He's moving his head. He's, like you said, little dances with his feet, and then he swings a wild one here. He just looks like he's having fun in there. But Schulz is landing the better work, I should say. Good work again from Schulz, just measuring and lining up that backhand, and that was lovely defensive work for him as well, with that little lay back after he landed the backhand. Just denied Gomez the chance to reply. Just trying to walk him onto a shot, but he changes the angle and slips out of range, Schulz. You just don't want to risk anything either, do you, Dens? Because, you know, not only shipping a shot, but you just don't want a tiny nick or a cut. It can set you back at this stage of your career, where you want to be busy and active, you know, and you want a week off and be back in the gym and building again, and maybe get one under his belt again before Christmas.
Yeah, most definitely. And like you said, if he gets any nicks or any cuts, he's out for, you know, to the hills. That could take up to 4 weeks, I think. No span 4 weeks if you get a cut. So that puts him back a month, and then he probably can't get out. So if he comes at this fight nice and fresh, which I think he will, he can get out before Christmas.
That was nice work from Schulz, working down to the body. Been an impressive debut from him, all said and done. Sure his corner will be really happy. A good performance overall there. Look reasonably happy in the corner, and again, that's a really good debut for him, because he's a better fighter after those 4 rounds than he was when he stepped in the ring for the first time as a pro, and that's what you want at this early stage in a fighter's career.
Yeah, most definitely. I think Gomez presented a few problems, just that looping, you know, them looping shots over the top, his movement, it made Schulz have to think about his work a little bit more, and like you said, it makes him a better fighter than before he got in the ring.
Let's get the official announcement from our MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of action, we go to the referee scorecards. Your winner, with a score of 40 points to 36, and making a winning start, Max Schulz!
So a clean sweep, 40-36 for Schulz as expected, but he did it in clinical fashion and a good debut, and he'll be well pleased to get his professional career underway. And Max Schulz is making his way over to Melissa Zad, so we'll get his thoughts as we look through some of that work of his. A little bit of defensive work there, as we talked about. Pretty unpredictable Gomez, but handled it well. Max Schulz landed that backhand frequently, and he's now made his way to ringside to talk to Melissa.
Schulz, welcome to the professional ranks, your first 4 rounds in the professional boxing arena. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I feel really good, yeah. Been a long camp, I've been trained since May, but yeah, it was really good feeling now.
Was it all worth it? I mean, obviously, you know, training since May, that takes a toll on the body, takes a toll on the mind as well, particularly in the run-up to your debut. So do you feel that you exhibited everything in those 4 rounds that you were planning to?
I displayed my skills. I didn't get to be as dominant as I wanted. He was quite a tough fighter. I knew I was going to have to be careful with him, but yeah, I think I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah, it definitely looked like you found your feet towards, particularly those last couple of rounds, you're really planting your feet. The shot variation was excellent, the work to the body. I definitely think you gave a really good account of yourself, which isn't a surprise given your amateur pedigree has been incredible. National champion, 4 times Box Cup winner, former Team England. Yeah. So yeah, you obviously had a massive amateur pedigree. How do you feel that that's helped you in the run-up to your professional debut?
I found fundamentals, everything. You know, I don't have to. I can take it easy now. I was not like super nervous. I've been in there 50 times, so it was, yeah.
Well, it's only big things to come for you, big things on the horizon for your career, so many congratulations on your win.
Thanks, yeah. Look forward to it.
Max Schulz then, a successful debut for him. And we've got another debutant in the form of Jason Clarke up next. He'll be facing Dale Arrowsmith. Let's get our official introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, the action continues. Bout number 2 on your card this evening. Please welcome to the ring, Dale Arrowsmith.
Year-old Dale Arrowsmith, the choir boy, became a centurion last year. He's had 20 outings already this year. This is 128th fight as a pro. Manages fighters as well, so he's a well-known and popular regular fighter up and down the country. Boxes out of the Roy Richardson Boxing Academy just outside Manchester. Fought Walter Fury for his debut a couple of weeks ago, and he's here to give another debutant a test this evening.
And his opponent this evening, please welcome to the ring, Jason Clarke.
Well, our second debutant of the evening so far. Here comes Jason Clarke, coached and managed by Rob Lloyd-Taylor, whose son Robert Lloyd-Taylor Jr. is now 8-0 as a pro, and one of the fighters that he's been sparring with in preparation for his debut. Got his licence in May, and since then he's been looking forward to this night, where he can finally get his professional career underway. He's got good support here in York Hall tonight, and he's savouring every moment of this ring walk as he makes his way to enter the ring as a professional for the very first time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following contest will be 4 rounds in the middleweight division, and it will feature the man to my left making his 128th professional appearance, weighing in at 156 pounds from High, Dale Arrowsmith. And his opponent this evening, the man facing him across the ring, making his professional debut, weighing in at 158 pounds from Norfolk, Jason Clarke. Your referee, Mr. Lewis Van Podge.
Chaps, you're both professionals, you're both full, you're both what I expect. Let's say break, take a full step back, a bubble, take a step all the time. Good touch gloves.
So the second of 3 professional debuts tonight for Jason Clarke. He's in the black shorts, facing Dale Arrowsmith. Opposite end of the scale in his 128th contest tonight, so vastly experienced. He's in the black shorts with the silver trim. He had 20 amateur fights, Jason Clarke, and he's strong. I mean, most of the footage that you see of him on social media is winging away at the bag with solid hooks. He likes to get up close and work, so we may see a bit of that this evening, but so far working well behind the jab.
Yeah, he looks spiteful. He looks spiteful.
He's got that solid type of build, hasn't he?
Yeah. Just a probably a bit too solid. It makes him look a little bit stiff. Like, without being rude, he looks very solid, but he needs to be a little bit more loose and a little bit more elusive, like, so when shots are coming at him, he's not just catching them on the glove, he can make them miss, like, just, you know, a little bit better lateral movement, I should say.
Relaxing those shoulders a bit, perhaps.
That's it, yeah, just relaxing them shoulders a bit. been a little bit loose. Look at what's coming, but he looks very powerful with his shots.
There go a couple of those hooks then. It's the crowd just getting behind Clarke. He's just tapping away with that jab, just trying to find openings, but the experience of Arrowsmith has been in with all different styles of opponent. Got a draw in June against Gabriel Marsh, and his last win came against Naeem Ali last October. We'll see him later. He's in against Louie Muldowney later on. Cuts a very intense figure, doesn't he, with those, as you say, that tension in the shoulders, and can become quite tiring, that.
Yeah, it can be.
But for some fighters, it just is their style, isn't it? That's just the way that they fight.
That's the only way they know how to. But I mean, sometimes, I mean, in boxing, I know, especially professional boxing, it's the hurt business. But I think when you try to hurt someone too much, it takes a lot out of you, and it can make you open to, you know, certain shots and counters as well. And
also, fighters become used to that, don't they? If you're loading up with every shot and every attack, they'll simply tuck up, and sometimes that variation of a tap here and just mixing it up can open things up.
Definitely, which
you wouldn't expect. It seems counterintuitive that if you load up with every shot it'd be better, but it just doesn't tend to be the case, does it?
Yeah, no, because the opponent, like you said, the opponent warms to it, they expect it to come in and they just tense up for it. The little change of pace there.
Yeah, the crowd enjoying that as he just upped the intensity a little bit and tried to get at Arrowsmith with those hooks. And as I say, on the footage that I've seen of him on social media, he tends to get up close on the bag and wing those hooks in, and you can see that that's something that he's trying to do, and he's eager to get at him and let those big shots go. Yeah, he is, but Arrowsmith isn't standing still for him. He's not just there like a punching bag, and that's what you got to realise. Punching bags don't hit back, so he's got to be a little bit more lighter on his feet as well, close that gap, and then let your punches go. But other than that, yeah, good round from him, to be honest. He's Fish in his corner. Boxing coach by day, music artist and techno DJ by night. So there you go, all sorts of skills in that corner this evening, but all that matters is the instructions that he's just given to his charge as he goes into the second round. And perhaps something he could look to do, seeing as he's comfortable letting those hooks go, is just change the angles when he's up close, Dens, and even that tiny step around or pivot can present opportunities and open things up, can't it? Yeah, no, most definitely it can. I mean, the one thing I give him credit for is that jab. He's got a good, nice, solid jab, but then he's got to work off that, throw a 1-2 behind it. Like you said, throw the jab, change the angle, hook, and then throw some of them hooks that you said he's been working on in the bags and stuff. But yeah, I give him credit for that jab. It's a good, nice, solid jab. The only variety in the jab at the moment is it's either single or double, but they're all sort of, he really commits with them, doesn't he? Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that necessarily, but just doesn't allow him then to follow up with a second phase in that attack, or to put combinations together just yet. Yeah, because he's already committed with that first jab, and now he's probably, you know, off balance, or if he misses, he's off balance or whatever, so he can't throw nothing back. Definitely plenty of potential here in Jason Clarke, though you can see we've got a great base from which to work on, and they'll learn and develop with each fight. Some fighters do, don't they? Learning on the job, as we say. Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially with only 20 amateur fights, he's still learning. He's not the complete article. He'll get better as he goes along. He'll see things and work on things and look at things that he wants to add or change in his style. And he's good to watch, isn't he? Because as soon as he gets a chance, he'll pounce. If he thinks there's an opening, he thinks he can get up close. He's not afraid to, you know, get up close and work away, which, you know, it's a fan-friendly style, that, isn't he? He's intense, he's sort of looking for the opportunities, he's hunting his opponent down, so he is good to watch. So, you know, I think there's plenty to like here about Jason Clarke. Yeah, you can expect, you know, a fight from him every time if the opponent's willing to engage, kind of thing. So it will be exciting for the fans.
Good uppercuts there.
And it's good that he's looking for that, isn't he? They're not necessarily landing clean, but he's showing that he's looking for those little shots on the inside, and I like the way he's putting those together. Slightly different angles with those uppercuts.
Aerosmith just looks at the ring and gives you a little smile to say, hey, cuz.
He's got that nice sort of thick set build, hasn't he, from which to throw those uppercuts and hooks. He just gets that real twist on his torso, doesn't he? And gets his whole body behind him, twists that back foot to really unleash the power in them, which is good to see. It's just in these tangles here sometimes just gets a little bit awkward, but again, that comes with the experience of how to deal with that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's probably one thing you can criticise him on as well, about how to deal with being in the clinch, because he's probably trying to punch too much in the clinch instead of trying to find his way out, free one of his arms and then punch with the free arm or whatever. But you could burn up a lot of energy trying to just fight in the clinch. So.
It can be really draining, can't it? Especially when you've got somebody who's taller, as Aerosmith is here, and we're seeing the clinch here. If you're trying to struggle and wrestle your way out, it saps your energy, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it does. So it's got to be a little bit more smarter in that sense, Clarke.
There's that trademark stiff jab from Clarke. Corner asking him to double it. We would like to see a bit more variety from that jab, but the good thing about it is that it is stiff. It deters somebody from coming forward, and it lets them know you're there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's one of them jabs that will definitely stop you in your tracks if you're trying to set something up. And
it helps you manage and dictate the time, the distance, I guess is the word that I'm looking for, because if it's a bit weak and it's lacking a bit of power, then people just walk through it.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, it's definitely not a jab you can walk through. But like you said, the variation, maybe go to the body with it at times, and maybe at times just flick it and come with a backhand. Don't overcommit with it, but it's a nice solid jab, to be honest. But then at this substance level, someone's going to wait for that. Make him miss, he'll overcommit and fall over, and they'll try and counter him. So he's got to be careful with that as he moves up.
And you're exactly right there, because that's where it can work against you, isn't it? If you're fully committed behind it every single time, as you say, if somebody just predicts that, just takes that little step back and counters, you're actually walking onto a shot.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, they're just letting Aerosmith out of the corner. That's just another thing of that ringmanship, and that's great pressure. A little bit Mike Tyson-esque in a way, that wasn't it? That little
that was
upper
good.
body mobility on his way in. Yeah, that was nice. He's great to watch, though, isn't he? There's loads to build on here.
Yeah, 100%.
Clear things to work on, which obviously that's why we're pointing them out. But really, really good to watch, Jason Clarke. He loves that double uppercut, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's throwing it.
It's nice to see. You don't see that very often, do you? It's good to see, and often people think that's the best possible shot for a shorter fighter against a taller fighter on the inside, but it rarely is. Often it is at the advantage of the taller fighter, but he does a really good job of getting it off. Someone's gum shield's just...
I think it might be Clarke.
I think it's Clarke's gum shield. I think the referee's just spotted it. So just have the gum shield put back in. But yeah, really, I'm really enjoying this one from Jason Clarke, and there's loads to build on. He's got a great base, but you can see he's going to be an exciting fighter if you can just manage him and develop him in the right way, and he gets that sparring that he needs from this stage. He'll be really one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, that's all it is, and I hope next time we see him, we see the improvements and the changes, and then we know he's a progressive fighter, and there's a lot to look forward to.
Arrowsmith putting a couple of shots together now, which is good for Clarke, because I want to see him have to think about things defensively as it gets a little bit scrappy and unpredictable there towards the end of that round. But this is what you want from the away fighter, just to put it on them a little bit, Dens, as we talked about with the fight before with Schulz, so that they've, you know, they're gonna learn from these fights.
Yeah, that's it, and that's what you want. I mean, in your pro debut, you don't want a false sense of security as to what you think the game is. These guys need to, you know, show these fighters from early that it's not a game and you will get clocked back, so you're not just going to walk through us. So so, you know, the away fighters putting it on the home fighters or the debutants, so to say, it gives them something to think about, something to learn. So when they go back, they realise, okay, look, I could have done this better and that better. Next time they come into the ring, they're going to want to show what they've learned and put on a better show than they did the last time round.
Well, as we saw in the highlights just a moment ago there, it was good work from Clarke, but sometimes when he was coming around with that right hook, he was going square-footed. So that's another thing. You've got to make those slight adjustments that you don't want to be caught off balance. So there are things to work on, but as I say, exciting to watch. This has been a good debut for him as he doubles up on that uppercut again. And you can see it does appear to have power. You can't always tell.
Yeah.
But, you know, until you spar with someone or fight with them, often the first round is about that, just trying to see what power somebody has. Your last two opponents know all about that. But it does look, at least on the eye, to appear to possess a good bit, a decent bit of power, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks quite explosive when he's letting his shots go. He looks spiteful as well.
Just in this position here, you see he's almost ended up in a southpaw stance there, hasn't he?
Yeah, I know what you mean. He brings that back foot round.
He does, and you know, it's not to say that it's wrong per se, because sometimes it can work, but if you continue to do it, a savvy boxer with ambition will, you know, and the coach in the opposite corner will be looking for that.
Yeah, they'll pick that up.
And they may exploit
use
it.
Use their advantage, because, you know, his balance is off when his feet are there. So they'll use that to their advantage and try and capitalise on it.
Just trying to cut the ring off there, Clarke, and finally closes him down and has the opportunity to get some shots off, and that was good from him, changing the angle. And it's just that shot selection as well, isn't it, that rather than going into that default, let's say, of just throwing for the sake of it, is being really concise about the shots that you choose. And it's very, very difficult to do, especially up close in the, you know, when you're in an exchange with somebody, being able to just almost slow it down and see the shots and pick them. But this is good from Clarke as he lets his hands go, and he looks impressive when he does that.
Yeah, he does. When he switches that pace, he looks really impressive.
I think he's done well at maintaining the pace during this one as well. He's kept the intensity up, hasn't he, throughout?
Yeah, no, he has. He hasn't, you know, got sluggish or started, you know, being lazy or going on the back foot and just looking like he's run out of steam here. He's still got, you know, he's fairly fit.
Yeah, it's certainly been interesting to watch throughout these whole 4 rounds, Clarke, and when he really lets his hands go and launches an attack, it's exciting, and the crowd have shown their appreciation for that. And I actually came across his dad on the way here, who was in his car looking for York Hall, and I just happened to ask him who he was here to watch, and he said he was Jason Clarke's dad, and so yeah, I'm sure he'll be, well, hopefully if he found a parking space and made it in, he will have enjoyed that one. But great for him to have that family support. It's going to be important no matter what's to come as he begins and embarks on his professional journey. And that was an exciting display at times from Jason Clarke. Plenty to work from, lots to work on when they get back in the gym, but certainly showing signs and glimpses of a very, very exciting prospect.
Yeah, most definitely.
Let's get our official announcement now.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of action, we go to the referee scorecards. Your winner, with a score of 39 points to 37. Remember the name, Jason Clarke.
Well, remember the name indeed, because really impressive display from Jason Clarke, and he had that exciting factor and that ferocity and that aggression, didn't it, that we like to see, Dens. And you know, when he got the chance to get up close and let his hands go, he did it in that, as I say, aggressive manner, and that's something that fans are going to want to see again.
Yeah, most definitely. When he got in close, he'd switch the attack, body and head, and come with that double uppercut. He looked really impressive when he was letting his hands go. There's probably a few things to work on defensively. He had a nice tight guard, but I like to see a little bit more relaxation in his shoulders, you know, the lateral movement and stuff. But other than that, yeah, he looked good. He looked really explosive, really spiteful, and he's going to be in some good fights in the future.
It certainly is. He's having some photos at the side. There'll be moments to treasure. But a good debut for Jason Clarke, and his corner looked happy as we look back at some of those moments, those aggressive attacks when he was putting those hooks and uppercuts together on the inside. That was good to see from Jason Clarke. He's just making his way over to ringside, where he'll be talking to Melissa Zad.
Welcome to the professional ranks. 4 rounds under your belt. How are you feeling?
I feel good, man. I feel good. It's a long time coming. I've been doing amateur for so long now. I'm finally here.
You're joined by your coach. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name's Vishkel.
Vishtel and Jason, obviously, you know, as Jason said, he has had this a long time coming with that amateur pedigree. How do you feel watching your boxer in there tonight?
Yeah, it's been like a long time in the making. We've been working together for a little while, probably for about 6-7 months. So it's been a slow progression and just slowly, like just building him up to get to this point here. But it's been a lot of hard work. Jason's been dedicated and just stuck to what he's been told to do and what he wants to do.
You know what, that sounds amazing. How did you feel kind of standing on top of that runway, knowing that you're about to step through the ropes?
It's kind of it was alright, because I've had a few amateurs, so it wasn't that different, but still knowing like the big audiences, your call, such a famous place, it was an honour to be here, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely iconic. It definitely looked like in the later rounds you were sort of settling in. You looked quite nervous in that first round, perhaps, a little bit tense, but in that last round you seemed to like loosen up a lot and kind of seemed to be really enjoying yourself. Would you say that's a fair assessment?
Yeah, I would say that's a fair assessment. To be honest, since I've been off amateur for quite a while, I had a long break. To come back, it's like just getting back into it again, just getting used to the atmosphere, and yeah, man, it was good.
Really, really positive to see. Obviously, now that you've completed your professional debut, what would you like to happen? Would you like to have a really busy 2025?
2025, I would like to be really busy. Just, you know, I want to get more used to the atmosphere. So I like, you know, the old school fighters, how they were quite busy. I like that sort of era. So I would like to be quite busy myself.
Well, the MC said, obviously, a name to remember, Jason Clarke. We look forward to seeing you back in action. Congratulations again on your debut.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Back to Stacey at ringside.
Well, I can confirm that Jason Clarke's dad and the rest of the family definitely made it here, because they've just waved to us from the balcony, videoing his son giving his first post-fight interview as a professional. A very wide smile, he's beaming with pride, and a special moment, of course, for the fighter, but also for all of the people who support them. So, Jason Clarke's professional career underway, and I'm sure you'll look forward to seeing him out again. We've got one more debutant on the way this evening, Orian Lungu. That's fight number 7, but now we see the return of Josh Nutley. He's in with Stephen Jackson. Let's get our official announcement from Mike Connolly.
Ladies and gentlemen, the action continues. Bout number 3 on your card this evening. Please welcome to the ring, Stephen Jackson.
Well, he always serves as a solid opponent, does Stephen Jackson, the 31-year-old from Manchester. Has 56 professional fights under his belt, including the likes of Conor Butler, Harvey Horn, Brandon Scott and Joe Mafosa. So plenty of decent fighters in and around the lower weight divisions. He's got 1 win, 1 draw and only been stopped 3 times in his 54 losses.
And his opponent this evening, please welcome to the ring, Josh Nutley!
Well, it was a tough debut for Josh Nutley last time out. He was part of the commentary team for that one and he was stopped by Yin Casado of Colombia. The man from Essex has ambitions to win a Southern Area title, and at 33 years old he'll want to get back on track as quickly as possible, and a win here tonight would certainly be a step in the right direction.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following contest will be 4 rounds in the bantamweight division, and it will feature the man to my left, making his 57th professional appearance, weighing in at 120 pounds from Lancashire, Stephen Jackson. And his opponent this evening, the man facing him across the ring, making his 2nd professional appearance, weighing in also at 120 pounds from Essex, Josh Nutley. The referee, Mr. Sean McAvoy.
Okay, lads, 4-round contest. Keep it clean at all times, keep yourself protected at all times. Touch gloves, here we go. Good luck, lads.
So Josh Nutley in the pink shorts and Stephen Jackson in black. He'll want to right that wrong. Had a real nightmare for his debut, unfortunately, where he was stopped. That was here at York Hall in May. And he will have gone back to the drawing board, put the work in, and he'll want to get things back on track here tonight. As I say, his ambition to get a Southern Area title. And at 33 years old, time isn't on his side as he gets to work early on Stephen Jackson. He made his debut in 2020. 56 bouts in now, this is 57th. Got 1 draw which came back in 2022. But he has been in with some decent fighters in and around these lower weight divisions. Gone the distance with plenty of accomplished fighters, so certainly expect him to give Nutley the rounds tonight. He's just not taking any risks here, Nutley, just keeping that tight guard, working behind that jab, and rightly so after what happened on his debut.
I mean, suffering a loss in your debut isn't the end of the world. It feels like it at the time, though.
Absolutely,
but
yeah.
It isn't the end of the world. I mean, you know, considering his background and how he got into boxing and you know, his age. I mean, like you said, you just go back to the gym and you get better. Like you said, you'll see him tonight with his guard tight now. He's not taking any risks, and that's a lesson learned.
He has great support, and you know what, Dens, as well, it's all very well people saying they want to be a pro boxer. What it takes to actually do it is a different thing, and it's not for everybody.
Yeah.
Josh Nutley had really a nightmare debut. I mean, not only was he beaten, he was stopped. And the fact that he's gone, you know, got back in there, he works 6 days a week, he works in the asbestos industry. So that's not easy in itself, making weight, training, working. He's got 2 stepkids, Zara and Mason, he's got the daughter Sienna, a full family life as well, so it's hard. He wouldn't do it if he didn't really want it, and this is testament to how much he's had to dig in and really fight for this to even get here. And he's really committing to this, isn't he? His work rate's been high, he's not wasted any time in making sure that he sets about Jackson, but he's been sharp, he's been defensively responsible as well, I'd say, with that tight guard. So this has been a good start from him after what was a really difficult debut.
Yeah, it is. Like you said, the guard is tight, and he's got some good head movement in there as well. That nice little right hands to the body, he's landed that a few times. And like you said, you know, doing what he does outside of boxing and then making weight coming to fight, it just shows how much he wants this, man. And, you know, hopefully he gets to achieve his dreams, but everyone knows, you know, winning owes nobody nothing. You can do all the work and still not get it.
It can be extremely cruel at times, sport, plenty of ups and downs, but as I say, it's one thing saying you want to be a pro and getting in there and having the debut and having everybody behind you and selling the tickets, and he does get great support, as you will hear the crowd in the background here, but then to get stopped and to have to really dig in, juggling that with a full-time job and a family as well is really tough. So fair play to him, but not only that, it's been a really good performance as well, Denzel.
Yeah, so far it has been. He's been very defensively responsible. He's landed a few good right hands to the body. He's fallen short with a jab a few times. He needs to get his feet sorted, but other than that, I mean, I think he won that round. I think that's a great way to set the round and set the pace, especially coming back.
He was really busy, wasn't he?
Yeah,
in that
he was really
round?
busy. I mean, losing like you did on your debut could knock your confidence. He's grown in confidence and thought, you know what, I'm taking this.
Well, I think you'll like this one, Denz. I asked him, what do you feel you learnt from your debut? And he said, I learnt a lot, but I'm not quite sure what. Well, if nothing else, he learnt how much he's wanted it, because he's back in there tonight, and that's all credit to him, as he wastes no time in setting about Jackson again, and he's maintained this high pace, brought that over from the first round. Really busy.
Yeah, really busy. He's not gun shy. He's
constant head movement as well, which is good to see. He's not just going in and out in straight lines, is he?
He's showing a variation of defence, which is good to see.
Jackson's had 10 fights this year, he had 15 last year, and he is a solid fighter. He's compact, he's savvy, technically sound, he has decent footwork, so a good opponent for Nutley as he switches his stance there into the southpaw position. Nutley just having to make the necessary adjustments. It was a good little shot from Jackson there that caught Nutley. People like the heavier weights, Dens, because obviously you've got that threat of the knockout, but it is good to see the little guys, isn't it, because it's just all action, isn't it, and the work rate and the output, the volume is incredible.
It is. They just throw hands at us that they don't get tired. They're obviously they're smaller to do more good right hand there from
Energizer bunnies.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly. The right hand to the body's really working for Nutley.
Boxes out of the Thurrock Boxing Club with his coach Gareth Lawrence.
There it is again.
Good little backhand from Jackson in reply, but nice head movement again from Nutley, and that surely is something that he's learnt from his debut, just to be more savvy defensively, and he's been that so far tonight.
He most definitely has. I guess in some sense that loss was good for him, because like we were saying earlier, when your opponent tests you, you know this isn't an easy game. You're not just going to come and think, oh yeah, I'm fighting the journeyman, I'm going to win. It's not a given. They might wake up one morning and think, you know what, I'm going to go for a win today, and you just happen to be their opponent that day, so you can't take anything for granted.
Should it continue in this vein, the sense of relief for Nutley will be tremendous after this, and Just has to evade a couple of shots from Jackson. That was good work from both of them. I love that factor about the little fellas, without being rude and disrespectful by calling them little fellas, but in the lower weight divisions, let's say, that just walking around day to day, you would see these guys and not think anything of it, and yet they're an absolute bundle of energy. The work rate is unbelievable, and they can really punch because they have those stinging, sharp, fast hand type of power, don't they?
And the accumulation of shots as well. They throw 3, 4s, 5s just effortlessly, and they keep going as well. They're both moving their feet and throwing punches non-stop.
I think it's good as well when you see fighters really clear on the level that they're at least at that time. You know, and having the ambition to have a Southern Area title is a realistic ambition 100% for Nutley.
And I appreciate
that. And
all
too often we hear fighters who not even got the pro careers underway yet talking about lofty ambitions, which is fine, but it's also good to see.
Yeah, like you said, like realistic goals, and you know, I'm not saying you can't achieve what you set your mind to, but in reality, you get fighters turn professional now, and they're just discarding.
And I think in the world of social media, it's almost encouraged, isn't it, that you expect everybody to say, I want to be a world champion. But sometimes you can take your eyes off of all the steps that need to happen before that. I mean, to get a British title, you've got to be exceptional, let alone moving on to world.
And people don't understand that because they just feel like it's only in Britain. But the type of fights you get, Southern Area fights, English and British fights domestically, there are other hungry lions that want to be.
Oh, they're some of the most competitive,
100%,
and fierce. I mean, the rivalry that exists because you're representing parts of the country, aren't you? I mean, they can be so fierce, and both sets of fans are completely invested in those fighters. They can be some of the very best. So yeah, it is about levels, but Nutley has done a really good job here of overcoming what you've got to imagine were pretty intense nerves before this, given what happened here on his debut, but he's really applied himself well, and
he has,
maintaining that pace throughout as well.
And the relief he will feel, getting his hand raised tonight.
And he's earned that as well.
He has earned that.
Jackson playing his part though, giving Nutley something to think about with that backhand.
He's not making it easy for him.
Plenty of movement from Jackson, which does make it difficult for Nutley to pin him down, but that's why it's been smart, that work to the body, Dens, because if you're headhunting with somebody with this much movement, you can find yourself slashing thin air, can't you? But that work to the body has allowed him to set himself.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, you'd always find the body, you can move the head, but they say that you can't move the body, so as long as he finds his range, the body's there.
It can stop that momentum and rhythm, can't it, from a fighter like Jackson, who's constantly moving. Just that stab to the belly just gives them that second where they have to reset, and that at times has allowed Nutley then to put an attack together.
Yeah.
Nice combination there from Nutley.
He's just also got to learn to cut the ring off. There's a few more things he can still learn moving forward, because he's chasing a bit, and Jackson's someone with really good movement, and he's getting out of the way of most shots, but if Nutley learns how to cut the ring off, he'd have more success. He needs to step to his left right now and not follow.
He's having to work really, really hard, isn't he? And there's more, you can be more economic with your energy. There's other ways of cutting the ring off, isn't there?
Exactly, yeah.
He's getting at him, but he's almost going round the houses and doing it the hard way.
Yeah.
There's a good counter backhand there, as we're seeing in the highlights there from Nutley. Mixing his shots up there. Been good rounds from Nutley, these have. And I think, Denzel, this has been spot on matchmaking here for Nutley, because clearly debut went about far as off plan as it could do, but it was really important. not to just give him a walkover here, but to give him a competitive fight that he could continue to build. But I think he's got that here, and this has been really good matchmaking given the context.
Yeah, no, it has been, because if he had a walkover, I don't think it would do much for his confidence. He'd kind of know that, I wasn't, this is a competitive fight. Jackson's, giving him, he's throwing things at him, he's giving him questions for him to answer, and he's answering them, Nutley. He's taken some shots, he's been defensively responsible, he's given some shots back, and his work rate's been really good. Look at him now. I mean, we're in the 4th round, and head movement is still like it was in the 1st round. But yeah, like you said, the guys at the lower weight classes just have bundles of energy.
And this is what's good, that Jackson doesn't just stand there as a so-called punch bag, as he's switched to the southpaw stance now. He is constantly moving, so it's giving Nutley plenty to think about. But that's good, because he can display his skill set, and it's making him think and having to mix his shots up. So it's been really good, this has.
And he'll improve from this again. He'd come back thinking, yep, I like my head movement there, I got to do this and be more effective with my shots, and maybe cut the ring next time when I watch this back, and I know how to do this and that, and his corner can go back and, help him with that. Okay, this is what we also spotted, and let's work on this.
You made a good point before, that had he just had a walkover in this fight, it doesn't do anything for his confidence, because he had a test on his debut, and arguably didn't come through it, of course, because he was defeated. But he has had a different type of test tonight, but he's proved himself, and that'll be important for him to know, in his heart of hearts, that he came through it.
He came,
it was good work from Nutley there, down to the body, and then up over with that backhand. That was good work, and a nice little combination, wasn't it, that, to put together those 2 shots?
Yeah, it was, and look, as the rounds are going on, he's finding better and better shots. So you can see his confidence growing in the fight. And like I said earlier, if he gets his hand raised tonight, which I think he will, as long as anything don't happen, he doesn't get, caught with a shot he doesn't see, he would feel like he's one step closer to achieving his dreams.
He's just starting to utilise that feint with the front foot a little bit more now as well, which again gives Jackson something to think about, and that's a good way of switching things up as well, rather than just marauding forward every time. So that's good to see from Nutley as well, as we enter the final minute of the 4th.
Just as Jackson turns southpaw there, I'd like to see Nutley throw that right hand to the body. The hook there from Jackson as he spins off, but that right hand to the body is probably more successful in the southpaw stance for Jackson than it is when he's at orthodox. Oh, good shots there from Nutley. He just started to land more shots to the head now as well.
And the crowd urging him forward and enjoying these successes that Nutley's having. He's putting some nice combinations together, and he's been finding a home right on the top of the forehead of Jackson as he steams forward again. And he will be a very, very happy man when he hears that bell, as Jackson puts some shots together, just to give him something to think about. But he will hear the final bell on this occasion. His corner, all dressed in pink to match the shorts of Nutley, are all smiles, and they will be absolutely delighted with that, Dens, because they will have felt that disappointment as well after his debut, and now they all will have gone back to the drawing board and worked for this and can share this moment.
Yeah, most definitely, and they're going to feel like they've done a good job in, helping him stay active and building his confidence and allowing him to come back and perform like this, especially after what happened the first time. So everyone's achieved something here tonight, and they should all be proud of that.
Well, we expect to win this time for Josh Nutley, and perhaps exercise some of those demons from his debut. Let's get our official
Ladies and
announcement.
gentlemen, once again, how about a huge round of applause for these 2 fighters? And at the end of 4 pulsating rounds, we go to the referee scorecards. Your winner, with a score of 40 points to 36, Josh Nutley.
Well, that is always a brilliant feeling. Any boxer will tell you to have your hand raised, but in these circumstances, having lost your debut, it's a bit extra special for Nutley to have his hand raised tonight.
It is. The pressure he would have been feeling tonight to get a win, especially after just losing his debut.
Well, another loss at 33 in your second pro fight. Where do you go from there?
Yeah, exactly. So the pressure he would have felt tonight would have been immense, and he handled it really well. And like I said, he came out, he put the work in, his work rate was good, and he grew in confidence as the rounds went on and started landing better shots all the way to the 4th round.
Well, the whole team are in centering at the moment, having a photo together, enjoying the moment, and that's the moment that they will have hoped to have had after his debut. It wasn't to be, but back to the drawing board, and he's earned this moment now. The crowd on the feet on the balconies cheering Josh Nutley is a really popular character, gets great support as he acknowledges them. What a great win for Josh Nutley, and so important following that debut. And he's going to make his way to ringside now to speak to Melissa Zad. What a moment for him and his family, his supporters and his whole team. And I have to say, delighted for Josh Nutley. Full-time work, a family man as well, that difficult debut, and he's had to graft, dig in, and he's put on a great performance here, settled those nerves, proved something to himself and everybody else perhaps. Pro career back underway. He's with Melissa ringside.
Josh Nutley, congratulations on your win. This is your second professional fight. How are you feeling after that performance?
Yeah, do you know what? I feel so much better after what happened on my debut. You know, it was I went to a new gym. Not that there was anything wrong with my previous gym, but I just I got involved with Marley Mason, and
you alright?
Yeah, sorry. He's become like one of my best pals, you know, and I ended up joining that stable, which has been fantastic to be in a professional stable alongside other pros. You know, he's out in December. We've got Frank Arnold out in November. So just being in that environment, it makes a whole lot of difference, you know. But yeah, it's nice to get a win, you know, after losing my debut. It's lovely to be in here now and get my hand raised as a professional for the first time.
Well said. I mean, absolutely well said. You know, as you mentioned, sometimes a change of environment can be really, really good and refreshing and actually put you amongst, you know, that support system that you need. Did you feel that, of course, you had an unexpected loss for your debut. Did you feel that because of that result, you had something to prove tonight?
Do you know what? I've never got anything to prove to anyone other than myself. You know, already being here tonight as a professional was further than I ever planned to go in the first place. You know, I never came into boxing with like, I'm going to be a world champion, but I just got on with it, cracked on over the years, and just took every day as it come. And now I've just got my first win at York Hall. Like, it's a real pinch yourself moment. You know, it's a real dream come true.
Yeah, I mean, the York Hall is an iconic place, and it must feel amazing to have your hand raised here. What did you make of your opponent in there, and what did you make of your performance?
Well, I knew that I was never going to stop my opponent. You know, he's very, very experienced. You know, he's got loads of rounds. He's been in there with some real big names, you know, and I know he's tough, I know he's durable, but also saying that, I know he isn't a mug, you know. I've seen him put people to the canvas that have been really good prospects, you know, so I knew that I had to go in there switched on, and I just kept my hands high and just done everything that I've practiced in the gym for the last 14 weeks.
Amazing. So of course, you know, you have a lot of support in the building here tonight. You could hear them absolutely cheering you on. What does that mean to you?
It means the absolute world, you know. I can't thank any of them enough, because without the ticket sales, this can't happen, you know. I need the continued support. Like, this fight was meant to happen 4 weeks ago and it got postponed, and not anyone asked for their money back. They all told me to keep it and just swap the tickets over, and that's like how hard things are at the moment with the cost of living and stuff. What this means to me with everyone coming here, spending their hard-earned money, just means the absolute world, and I can't thank them enough. You know, my gratitude begins with that.
Well, listen, congratulations on your win. We look forward to seeing you back in action, and well done.
Thank you. I just want to say a massive thank you to my manager, Victor Smith, for believing in me and setting this up for me. Thank you, Victor. And I want to say a massive thank you to Gareth Lawrence and Marley, like, for being there for me and getting me the win tonight, you know, getting me to where I need to be. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Back to Stacey and Denzel at ringside. So
a delighted Josh Nutley, and rightly so. We've got an undefeated fighter now in John Cooney. Up next, he's 10-0 in the super featherweight division. Let's get our introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, the action continues. Now number 4 on your card this evening. Please welcome to the ring, Tampela Maharusi.
Tampela Maharusi, last time out the Tanzanian got a first round stoppage win against Abdul Abu Bakr. Had 4 losses prior to that this year. He can be evasive and tricky and hard to pin down at times. He can be caught though, as the 24-year-old enters into his 23rd bout as a professional. Just testing out those ropes. I'm glad they worked. He didn't land on us. But anyway,
I don't blame him, because we've seen a few loose ropes, you know.
And his opponent this evening, please welcome to the ring, John Cooney.
well, here comes John the Kid Cooney. Won himself a title last time out. That was last November with a first round stoppage victory against Liam Dillon. That was to take the Celtic super featherweight title following 4 wins. So it topped up a great 2023 for the 28-year-old. Says it was a great experience winning the title, but we haven't seen him in action since, as injury struck. He had to undergo surgery to his left hand, and he's said it's been a really difficult time since, but he's come through it, and tonight finally he's back in the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following contest will be 6 rounds in the super featherweight division, and it will feature the man to my left, making his 23rd professional appearance, weighing in at 135 pounds from Tanzania, Tampela Maharusi. And his opponent this evening, the man facing him across the ring, he's undefeated, making his 11th professional appearance, weighing in at 135 pounds from Belfast, Northern Ireland, John the Kid Cooney. Your referee, Mr. Bernard Oyed.
Gentlemen, let's keep this contest clean. Obey my commands, stay professional, and protect yourself at all times. All clear? Touch gloves, good luck.
An intense stare down there from John Cooney in the red shorts with gold. And Maharusi in the blue. And some rather snazzy tassels on his blue shorts. And he's 10-0, John Cooney, southpaw. He's got 3 stoppages. Boxes out of O'Rourke's gym. His coach Stephen O'Rourke, and been a tough time for him, having reached that great moment of winning his first title. All that excitement and the build-up and the relief and that feeling of winning your first title, only to have this spell out of the ring and having to have surgery is one of the things that can be tough mentally as an athlete. But he's dealt with it. He's back in here and ready to get his professional career back underway. But
I mean,
as I said on the ring walk, Maharusi is evasive, he's tricky, he's slick, but he can be caught.
He can be. He just was caught there. He looks like he wants to come and cause an upset tonight. So Cooney's really got to be on his A game, and, you know, just make sure he's defensively responsible when he lands his shots when he can and gets out of the way.
Well, he's got a winning record, Maharusi, 11-7-4. He's won 6 by stoppage. And last time out, as I say, got that first round stoppage. But he finds himself rocked back on his heels by Cooney there. A little off balance. And you feel already there's a potential for this one not to go the full distance, Denzel.
No, yeah. I mean, Maharusi's throwing some haymakers and he's getting caught sometimes coming in, so I think even one of these guys are liable to go at some point in this fight.
I tell you what, after a year out with hand surgery, this is a tough first fight back, isn't it? There's no easy way back in for Cooney here. Fair play to him. Really intriguing, this one, and the crowd, you can just sense that they're really absorbed in this one. But a big cheer as that backhand from Cooney found a home. Short stature Maharusi, so again one of those that can be really sort of throw those shots, looping shots, those sort of overhand rights that are out of your eye line at times and catch you, can't they? So he's got to be switched on, but he's such a tricky, wily little fighter. Cooney though, composed, and he's not panicked when he's rushed him, because sometimes you can when a fighter like Maharusi just comes with those wild swings coming at you can panic, but no signs of panic from Cooney. In fact, really beautifully timed backhand twice there from him.
And another one there to the just to the midsection from Cooney.
He's got that nice relaxed style, Cooney, hasn't he, where he's just ready to let those hands go. As that low left hand just stabs out that jab, and that was a really interesting first round, wasn't it? Because there was a little bit of everything. It was quite unpredictable.
Yeah, especially like the first 30 seconds of it, where Maharusi just came out with some wild bombs, and then Cooney started landing the straight backhands on him and throwing him off balance. And he kind of just settled into the fight, Cooney, and started to take over after that. But it'd be interesting to see how they come out in the second round.
Well, they had that first round stoppage last time out, Maharusi, but then 4 losses prior to that. 2 wins last year in December and October on point, so it is a tough one to come back to, an opponent with 22 contests, 11, 7 and 4, so he's one of those that if he fancies it, we know, as his record shows, he'll come at you and he'll give it a go, and you can see how he'd cause lots of problems for fighters with that unorthodox, unpredictable style of his, and he's willing to roll the dice and have a go and take a risk or two, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, and it's good. It makes for an entertaining fight for the fans. And
certainly not here to tuck up and survive, is it? Anyway. Yeah. And again, throwing from all angles, and he throws outside of his body frame, doesn't he?
Yeah,
so
he
even though he's short, it sort of extends his reach in a way.
He gets the full range of motion on these shots somehow.
He puts his shots together and throws in flurries. You have to defend those, because sometimes it can be difficult to counter. And there we see, just throws that backhand and then just does a little walk and a look off to the side.
Oh, good shot there.
Chips a straight backhand there from Cooney that rocks back the head of Maharusi. And as we said, he is vulnerable to getting caught, and Cooney starting to find the measure of him perhaps in this second round.
Cooney's nice and relaxed, like you said. He didn't panic earlier when Maharusi was just rushing towards him, and now that it's paid off, he's starting to he found his range and he's starting to just land these shots whenever he throws them.
And it's just testament to the belief that Cooney and his team have in him, that not boxed for 12 months, he has a hand surgery, and that fight where he won the title was a first round stoppage, so it's not like he had a ton of rounds under his belt in that one either, and yet he's come back to a 6 rounder against a very tricky opponent.
Yeah, it would only be good for his development, similar to what we were saying about Nutley in the last fight. I mean, to just have a walkover because of a bit of adversity doesn't do any good for you. Having a fight like this, which is challenging, but then probably not good enough to beat you, but if you're not on point, you can walk into something. This is going to wake you up and give you the lessons that you need moving forward.
And that's backing up what you say, isn't it? If you're saying that you believe you're destined for certain things and you are ambitious, whatever those things might be, titles presumably, then this is showing that intent. Another nice backhand from Cooney, well timed, And he's got that, as I say, that nice relaxed style, the shoulders nice and relaxed so that he can flick that jab from that low position. But it's the backhand arguably that's done the damage from Cooney, because when it's landed they've been impactful. And Maharusi will certainly have felt them, that's for sure.
My only concern for Cooney is when he leans back. He's got to be careful when he leans back, because if he carries those bad habits into a fight where, you know, the opponent's a little bit more experienced or more skillful, they will capitalise on that, because he leans back with his chin in the air a little bit, like he did there.
Yeah, exactly right. And he also doesn't have the height advantage, Maharusi, to exploit that either. A taller fighter will have a bird's eye view literally of that, won't he, and perhaps be able to pick him off. He's had some good sparring, John Cooney, likes of Gary Cully, who's been up in my neck of the woods in Manchester, sparring with Zelfa Barrett as well. Got into boxing at the age of 12 in London and loved it. Said he probably had too much aggression for football. So, and he does tend to punch right through the target as well. Caught Liam Gaynor with a big backhand, dropping him in that Celtic title fight, and then jumped on him, and it was an excellent finish. So he's shown that he can finish, and I think he'll want to tick some boxes tonight, Dens, as well. One of them is, how's my hand? Because it doesn't matter how much sparring you've had, it's different in a fight when you know, everything's on the line. You arguably, you've got bigger gloves obviously in sparring, you're wearing head guards, it's a little bit different, isn't it, to those lighter gloves landing right on somebody's head, or the elbows and all the things that can cause injury. So they want that box ticked. It seems to be causing any problems at the minute. You want to know the gas is in the tank, the sharpness is there, but so far I think those boxes are being ticked as he goes in pursuit of Maharusi, who's being evasive.
Yeah, I mean, I think those boxes are being ticked, right? Because I don't know. Oh, good backhand there landed from Cooney, but I don't know which hand it is, but I can't tell neither, because I can't see him pulling any punches. Left hand, and he's landing them nicely. He's following through with the shots, and like you said, it's definitely a question mark over we said, because the way Maharusi comes in, you can easily hurt your hand again, you know, just meeting that force. You know, maybe he didn't make a proper fist as he throwing the shot, and Maharusi comes with his head, and it seems that there's no problems with it to me. So that's definitely a box that he wants to get ticked off, and I think he has.
Yeah, once you've experienced one injury, you don't want another. It is a long road back, mentally and physically, and he has said that, you know, should he get back on track tonight with a win, he's willing to take risks, and I think in some senses he has taken a bit of a risk here, so I think he can take that away from here should he be successful tonight, because it's, as I say, certainly not been an easy comeback, if we're to call it a comeback after that injury. Not been an easy opponent here, so take that momentum forward.
It's not been, but the fact that it's not is probably why we're getting a good performance out of him. He's not being too, you know, lazy and just like, oh, I'm just going to walk through this guy, I'm not going to put my best foot first. Yeah, not being complacent.
And also, when you've had an enforced time out of the ring, you're itching to get back in there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
you don't want to just go through the motions.
Yeah. This is better for him more than anything.
There's less firepower coming from Maharusi in this round, isn't there? I mean, he's still busy on his feet and he's throwing back from time to time, but he doesn't seem to pose the threat he did in certainly the opening round. Yeah,
he doesn't, and I think that's because as he's being wild, he started getting caught in between from Cooney, so he's just kind of tamed it a little bit. You can see he's throwing some shots, but they're more pity-patty shots rather than the big wild.
Yeah, he was going for the big swingers, wasn't he, in the first round, but since Cooney started to catch him and really connect in that second round, I think that's deterred him perhaps, as we've certainly not seen him load up so much in this round. Still been busy though.
Yeah, he has been busy.
Can often give you a renewed zest for a sport, can't it? Any activity for that matter, but certainly in sport, when it's been taken away from you, you don't ever take it for granted again.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's what it is. It's hard to be at the ring for that long. Being at the ring for 12 months is hard. I mean, it's hard for me to be at the gym for a month. I've had a week off and I'm already itching to get back in. So to have a 12 months of out of your control, it's like, damn, I can't wait to get back in. And when he does, like you said, he's not taking it for granted. He's going to make sure there's everything right. He's going to treat his hand like he's been asked to by, you know, the specialists and everything, and just make sure that, you know, he stays active.
At this rate, you're only doing all that training for about a minute and a half anyway, aren't you? You're stopping them all in the first round.
But I mean, I think that's why I'm stopping them, because I'm training so hard. I'm saying, so I can't take that for granted neither. I think if I take my foot off the gas, it'll be going a distance, and I'm not ready for that.
Certainly is one from those rounds in the gym. It's been a really busy start here for Maharusi. Not loading up, but still being busy. So Cooney just got to make sure he's either matching that work rate or landing with those eye-catching effective shots that we've seen from him. Mixing up that backhand to the body now as well.
Oh, good right hook there from Cooney.
The timing of his backhand when he's landed it flush has been excellent, hasn't it?
It has been.
Fell short there and he knows it. Just has a little word with himself. Resets himself, but overall been a really technically solid performance so far. Are you a fan of tassels on the shorts, or?
Yeah, not too much, not that much. I have a little bit of tassels on my shorts when I box, but that's a lot of tassels.
Do you are you somebody who, I mean, do you train in your fight shorts first, or do you always just wear them for the first time?
Yeah, I always wear them for the first time.
Have you ever made a mistake?
And what? With the sizing?
Well, just with the. I did it once as an amateur where I had, you know, when that sort of leather look stuff came out.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody was wearing them, and they kind of go through phases, don't they? Whereas different lengths of shorts are in fashion, and they were the long ones. And honestly, I felt like I was wearing about 5 kilo. And once you've sweated as well, it was a couple of rounds in, and I thought, I have made a big mistake here. Suffice to say, after that fight, they went on a hanger and they've never come off it. There you go. You're obviously not willing to admit anything like that.
No, I think all my shorts are pretty much the same sort of material. I just changed the colour and stuff. So, yeah, I don't add anything new that I haven't tried before, to be honest.
Well, these ones, tassels, are certainly not slowing Maharusi down, as that in full flow, those tassels, as his fleet-footed movement continues around the ring, and Cooney just settling again now. Lovely timing again with that backhand. Really has been impressive with that, and it's more difficult than it looks, that, isn't it? Especially against a nimble fighter like Maharusi, who's moving all the time. The number of times that he's caught him flush with that has been impressive from Cooney. That
it's just showing his timing. He's got really good timing, because someone like Maharusi, the way he moves, his head's all over the place, his feet are all over the place. I mean, it works from at times, but it's hard to pin down and it's hard to kind of read.
And after that long out as well,
exactly.
Sometimes that timing is what isn't
off,
It's exactly what isn't there, but it seems to be there for Cooney tonight.
It just kind of shows he's been in the gym. He stayed in the gym, you know, he's kept working through the injury. I'm not like he's been using it, but I mean, like, just another things, which is why he's confident to come back to a fight like this, and his timing is still on point.
Just a reminder that on November the 2nd, the Cayman Islands 2 showdown will be on FightZone, coming live from the Grand Cayman. Rumble on the Rock, so that's November the 2nd. You're going to be hearing about that throughout the evening, and you'll also get a glimpse of some of the fighters, titles on the line. We'll get a glimpse of them a little later this evening. But right now, John Cooney has to finish the job here against Maharusi. He's had a great 4 rounds so far after time out with injury. This one's scheduled for 6 threes. Cooney in red, Maharusi in blue. Good work to the body from Cooney as Maharusi just continues to pester him. He's almost nuisance-like, isn't he, in the way that he's constantly sort of popping out those shots, and he's always there or thereabouts, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's still very active on his feet.
Doesn't
we
really
said
go
earlier.
away, does he? He's
Yeah.
not necessarily putting any powerful shots together, but he's just constantly flicking that jab out, and every now and then the odd wild swing to think about.
He's letting you know he's still there. He's putting them together. He's trying to put them together, but Cooney's been nice and relaxed, man. He's been nice and relaxed, landed some good shots, and he hasn't really panicked to Maharusi's kind of strange pressure. Maharusi just walks off casually.
He's not looked flustered at any point, Cooney, despite Maharusi mixing up those attacks, sometimes just an eclectic mix of flurry combinations, and other times really loading up, but taking it all in his stride, Cooney, and fired back with some really well-timed backhands throughout these rounds that have been eye-catching shots. And I'm sure as much as anything he'll just be delighted to be back in there, and you know, a good performance is the cherry on top, but really it's about getting these rounds under the belt after being out with injury, and he's doing that, and his gas looks okay, his timing looks good, so should be relatively pleased with this, you would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he wants to get straight back into title fights and, you know, that kind of level, which is why he's taking a fight like this to begin with, so we're looking forward to see more from him. But Maharusi's no pushover, he's letting his hands go. He's coming forward, being awkward. He's got Cooney on the back foot a little bit this round, coming to the end of this round.
It's interesting when you look at, that was a good backhand from Maharusi. It's interesting when you look at a fighter's body language and style, let's say, because in a round, let's say if, you know, he lands 10 shots clean,
yeah,
you could do that with a really orthodox, predictable kind of stance, if that makes sense,
yeah,
an approach, tight guard, and you just step forward. But a fighter like Maharusi could land 10 shots, but they just look more confident because there's so much movement and there's so much flair, and he expresses himself so openly. They just look more confident. The outcome might be exactly the same, but they just seem to ooze that, don't they?
Yeah, no, it's true, because of his movement and the unorthodoxness and where the shots are coming from. They kind of come from everywhere, and it's like, whoa, that's different. Do you know what I mean? So you kind of look at that more and be like, wow. But yeah, that's interesting you said that. I've never really thought about that, but it's true.
Don't be trying that in your next fight, though, walking off and looking up at the balcony and stuff, because it oozes confidence.
Depends how dangerous my opponent is. I might look away and get chin.
Here we go then, final round. Really, really important one, this. 10-0, John Cooney's had 3 stoppages, but this 11th outing will be special in his memory, given the context that it comes after a period out of the ring, which he said has been very, very difficult. He's obviously handled that and put on an impressive display here as he managed just to adjust his foot in there and get off that lead hand, catching Maharusi on the way out. Extremely difficult to prepare for an opponent like this, because even if you've watched footage and know what's coming, it's really difficult to prepare for it, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is.
And where do you get sparring like this?
Yeah, I was just going to say that. When you're calling the sparring partners, you're not going to find anyone with, you know, that sort of ambition and wants to be champions fighting like this, if I'm being honest. You're not. You have to find someone from where he's from, Tanzania, I'm guessing. So, I mean, it's going to be very awkward. I mean, you just have to, you know, deal with what you've got in front of you. And if you're able to adjust and, you know, come out on top of this, then, you know, you've got to give yourself credit. Give yourself a pat on the back. because he hasn't made it hard for himself, Cooney. He's been very relaxed. He hasn't been chasing the fight. He hasn't been throwing wild punches and missing because Maharusi's been awkward. He's been nice and relaxed.
He's been dominant the way he's gone about it, hasn't he, as well?
So you got to give him credit. A lot of fighters would have made this hard for themselves.
Well, you could easily see, and as I said before, he's 11-7-4, Maharusi. You can see why he will have caused problems for fighters. You could get drawn into a scrap. You could get caught headhunting.
Yeah.
You could, there's lots of things that could go awry here, but Cooney stuck to his boxing, executed the task well. Good performance.
You could also get caught rushing in. Like early in the fight, he looked very heavy-handed. He was putting everything in these shots. But he's been consistently throwing.
Yeah, he's been constant there, like a little fly buzzing around your head when you're on in the sunshine, and you're just trying to waft it away, and it just won't leave you be.
Yeah.
This is why it's so important, the role of the away fighter or journeyman, or however you want to word it, although he does have a winning record, so might be doing him a disservice there, but it's either way such an important role to give fighters the rounds but test them in so many different ways, and that's what's great about these FightZone shows. And TM14 and Neilson, they do match well, so that they're intriguing, interesting fights.
Yeah, I mean,
not all one-sided, because it doesn't do anyone any favours.
Any favours at all.
The fighters or the fans.
And it makes it boring for the fans. But when you're seeing fights like that,
Maharusi just raising his arm and showing his appreciation to the crowd, and rightly so, because really unorthodox, interesting fighter to watch he is. But for John Cooney, a really important 6 rounds under his belt. Hopefully that left hand is feeling okay, and he'll just be delighted to get back in there and go through that process of making weight, building up your training, tapering fight week, going to the weigh-in, all the fight nerves, everything you have to go through. He's got that under his belt once again, and we expect him to get the win here.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, how about a huge round of applause? And after 6 rounds of action, we go to the referee scorecards. Your winner, with a score of 59 points to 55, John the Kid Cooney.
So 59-55, and I think that's fair for Maharusi, but that feeling that's going to be running through the veins of John Cooney now will be a real mix of relief, mixed with that happy feeling you get when your hand is raised, because he'll just be delighted to have got back in there after that time out with injury. Really important to come through that and get the rounds under his belt.
Yeah, most definitely. He's going to be happy that the journey gets to continue, and he'll be looking forward to move on to title contention.
Really good job from John Cooney as he moves to 11-0, undefeated. He's already got that Celtic title, and he'll be looking for more now. Now he's got this one underway, got the injury behind him, he'll be looking to progress and be in the title mix again. He's made his way ringside, where he'll be talking to Melissa.
Kid Cooney, how are you feeling after 6 rounds of action?
Good. It's good to be back in there. First one in 11 months. So a little bit rusty, but we did all right. I was happy enough. Just get the ball rolling again and I get back out.
Absolutely. I mean, you moved to 11-0 tonight. The last time you were out, it was at the end of 2023 on the Cameron Taylor 2. I was actually ringside for that and was so impressed with your performance, as was Mr. Eddie Hearn. And I know that your kind of vision is to go after those big fights, go after those titles. So why don't you talk me through that?
Yeah, no, so obviously I impressed last time out on the Katie Taylor Cameron undercard. And I got the job done. I won a Celtic title, so I'm hoping for a British next. Obviously I've been out for 11 months with an injury, but I'm back now. Good to get the cobwebs off and I want the winner of the British title tonight, you know, Reece Pilotti and Michael Gomez. I'll have either one of them. Whenever they want it, they can have it, you know, that's what I want.
You know what, it's great to see you back in the ring. Talk us through a little bit of how you recovered from that injury and what it means to you to be back in action.
Yeah, look, it was tough. It was tough mentally and physically. It was my first serious injury. I had hand surgery. I'm also a barber, so I use my hands for work. So I couldn't work, I couldn't do anything. It's a pretty dark time. But you know, like, you've got to obviously believe in yourself, and I believe in myself. I knew I'd get back here, and it's good to be back under the lights. Not quite my best performance, but when you're out for 11 months and you come straight back in against a good, solid fighter, what do you expect, you know what I mean? But I know what I'm capable of, and that's why I want the big fights, you know. I know with a back-to-back camp now, back in the gym Monday, I'm ready for anyone, you know, and I believe that. I think I'm at a super feather. I think I'm as good as anyone.
Do you know what? As you said, tonight was about getting the ring rust off, and your display tonight was very impressive. You showed a lot of shot variation in there, and your strength is very apparent as well. So I think once you get back in the flow of things, that's going to all come back up to the surface.
I think I was probably looking for a bit too early. I just get excited, you know. I love fighting, man. I know it sounds bad, but I like hurting people when I'm in there, because that's what people want to see, you know. When people pay money, they want to see a bit of blood and guts. They want to see big shots, you know. Even he landed 1 or 2 good shots on me, and I heard everyone go, "Oh," I was like, "Oh yeah, I like that." You know, even them hitting me, I like it. Like, you know, I like the energy it brings when you have a bit of a dust up, you know. So yeah, man. Every time I get in the ring, I want to bring that, you know, whoever it is.
Well, listen, you definitely brought a lot of energy to the ring tonight, and we are so excited to see what the future holds for you. Welcome back, and congratulations again.
Thank you. Pleasure talking to you. Thank you.
Back to you at ringside.
Great stuff for John Cooney to come back from injury with a win. Next up, another unbeaten prospect, 9-0, James Hawley. He'll be facing Tom Ramsdan. Let's get our official introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, the action continues. Bout number 5 on your card this evening. Please welcome to the ring, Tom Ramsdan.
Well, Grimsby's Tom Ramsdan has had an interesting journey in pro boxing. Made his debut in 2015, had 4 fights over a 3-year period, drawing 1 and winning the other 3. Then had a 5-year gap and came back last October. He's since had 13 fights in this 12-month period with mixed results. 1 draw, 2 wins, 1 by stoppage, and the rest points losses. Number 18 tonight for the 34-year-old.
And his opponent this evening, please welcome to the ring, James the Hitman Hawley.
Hitman Hawley unbeaten in 9, fought Harry Matthews last March and got the win. In his interview afterwards though, he said he was disappointed with his performance, been having a bad time with a long-term hand injury. Ongoing issues meant he had to have surgery last July, so it's been a long road back. He says time away from the sport has been horrible, his words. So I'm sure he'll want to put all of that behind him now and take his undefeated record into double digits tonight, as DTG, the rapper, walks him into the ring, gets the crowd ready for James Hitman Hawley.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following contest will be 6 rounds in the light heavyweight division, and it will feature the man to my left, making his 18th professional appearance, weighing in at 173 pounds, from Grimsby, Tom Ramsdan. And his opponent this evening, The man facing him across the ring, he's undefeated, making his 10th professional appearance, weighing in at 177 pounds, from Bromley, the hard-hitting James Hitman Hawley. Your referee, Mr. Lewis Van Podge.
Chaps, you're both professionals, you both know the rules, you both know what I expect. When I say break clean and take a full step back, but above all, protect yourself at all times. Any questions? Touch gloves?
Never looks across at his opponent, Tom Ramsdan, until the bell goes, and here we are. Ramsdan in the black and gold, James Hitman Hawley in the light blue and white. Another one, as we were just saying before, with John Cooney, who's been out with injury, hand surgery, hopefully has solved that problem for him. He'll be looking to get the rounds under his belt this evening.
Yeah, Hawley's had a stop and start, you know, kind of career so far. A lot of injuries, changing weights. We're actually from the same amateur gym, and when we started he was a weight below me, now he's 2 weights above me, so you can see he's grown a lot. And yeah, man, he's a good fighter. He's nice and sharp. It's good to see his career now picking up.
He certainly can be heavy-handed, and I think that one stoppage in those 9 wins, perhaps not reflective of the power that he does possess.
Yeah, I think early in his career he used to try and box more, be a lot more fleet-footed. Now he kind of holds his feet a little bit more and puts in big shots. As you know, he's grown into his size and, you know, into a seasoned pro. He's been a pro for a while now. He's just, you know, like we said, been very injury prone.
He actually played for Crystal Palace and Fulham as a youngster, so might be where some of that nifty footwork comes in. It's quite common, isn't it, football and boxing, the crossover?
Yeah.
You any good at football?
I used to play when I was younger, before I started boxing.
I can tell that means no. Good work from all here. It's a good answer though. I used to be when I was younger. When I was 5, I was quite good. He has that low lead hand, doesn't he, Hawley? And sometimes it can be difficult to defend against because it's out of your eye line, isn't it? You know, when they're sharp with it and they flick it up, it can be tricky to defend against. And Ramsdan just staying very, very tight and tentative with that guard. He's 5'10" and 2. Ramsdan. He's got a fight lined up already in November, so he certainly will want to hear the final bell here. Very similar this, Dens, to the performance from Hawley against Harry Matthews last March, because you felt at times that he could have really turned up the heat. And it's good to take your time, but sometimes you want to see perhaps him go through the gears. That might not be something that they necessarily want to focus on tonight, given that he's had so much time out of the ring and he's had that hand surgery. But it is important, isn't it, to be able to up the pace, and then, you know, maintain it and manage it in the other parts of the fight, but to have that in your locker.
Yeah, I think that comes with activity also. I think he's probably worried about feeling the pace and slowing down later as it goes on, where he hasn't been in the ring for a while. He's thinking, okay, pace yourself. But like you said, you got to have the confidence to do that, and that's where it comes in the gym. You got to be able to do that in the gym before you can bring it out, you know, into fight night, essentially. So I would like to see that. You're right. He's come out now with some good sharp jabs. That was a good jab there that just landed.
That was good from Hawley.
It was. He just got caught with a left foot coming back up. He's got to be careful with that.
And there are long periods in all of the fights that I've seen from Hawley. It's these long periods of waiting.
Yeah.
But so long as, you know, when he does put the shots together and he does launch an attack, there's that ferocity and that aggression.
Yeah, but when he does throw his shots, that was a good jab. He puts, you know, a lot of spite into it. You can see him.
Yeah, and that's what you need to see, isn't it? Like we've just seen there, really loading up, and that's good defensively from Ramsdan, because he does have a long body, Ramsdan, so needed to use his elbows there just to tuck up and make sure that none of those were sinking in behind the elbows. But he's very tentative, Ramsdan, isn't he, which tells you and indicates perhaps that he has felt and respected the power of Hawley so far, because he's not really willing to trade with him or let go too much. He's really cautious and got that tight guard.
You can sort of hear the weight behind Hawley's shots. And also Hawley, sometimes, like you said, them long periods of him of doing nothing. Hawley, from what I remember him as, his natural style is being a counter puncher. So he's probably waiting on his opponent to throw at him so he can
And you
counter
don't
punch.
really get that at this early
exactly.
stage in your fights, do you? You know, they're not here to sort of put it on you necessarily, are they? And it depends what type of fighter you've got in front of you. Ramsdan is not going to come wailing forward, is he? Throwing loads of shots at him. So perhaps it makes it difficult if you are a counter puncher, because there's nothing really to work with and he's not able to draw him out. But he did chip a little backhand from Ramsdan there.
Like I said, he's got to be careful when them shots come over the top as he's throwing, because he's throwing but he's leaving his head in the air. He's leaving it high for a counter. He's got to either sit into it or throw these punches and bring his hands back.
And this can be an indication of the result of having had time out of the ring. These swinging shots that we've seen, a few in succession there in those last sequences that were completely out of range and poorly timed. But that can be part of it, can't it, when you've had time out, just not quite finding that range and that timing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you have so long out of the ring, it messes with your timing, you know, finding that distance, and you got to kind of all get that together again. And pardon me. And like I said earlier, if you're not doing all that in the gym and working that in the gym, when you come fight night, it's hard to sort of bring it out, and you end up not doing much because, you know, you're scared out of range or your timing's off, and, you know, you don't want to look silly, so you end up not doing enough.
Just wonder if he could bring it up the middle sometimes, because Ramsdan took it up well with those elbows around the side, because he's been sinking those body shots in. He has managed to block them so far. And sometimes he's clipping him around the side, but he does leave a gap sometimes, Ramsdan, right up the middle, if he could just see the opening, Hawley, from time to time. Not seeing him utilise the uppercut so far.
Yeah, I think
just see right up the middle there. There is that gap sometimes, if you could just time it and find a way through. But he has tucked up well, Ramsdan. He's defended well, because he has really committed with these shots, Hawley. At least during these periods of waiting or trying to draw Ramsdan out, he's still being busy with that jab, isn't he, in this round?
Yeah, and that's the good thing, just being busy with that jab, even though you're waiting to see where you can find. But as he's standing up, he's got to look for the openings as well. Like you were saying earlier, that Ramsdan leaves a gap in between. If he just looks for that and tries to set that, he might find it. But he's just waiting for Ramsdan to throw. Well, before he was waiting for Ramsdan before he can counter. But now he's just off that jab. That was a lovely jab there. He's being very busy with the jab. like to see him go downstairs with the jab as well, though, just to switch the level of it.
Sharp and accurate with that jab. It's a good weapon for him as he does drop it down to the body. Mixing it up a little bit, but it's made good use of that jab. It's been effective, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
A reply from Ramsdan, though. Good body shot from Orian. He really felt that one Ramsdan as he tucks up and ships a huge shot, but locks his head back there and ties him up, and under quite a bit of firepower there. Ramsdan did well to weather that storm for a moment or two as Hawley loading up again, looking for that shot to the body. The right hand found its way through and it hurt Ramsdan, that one. Not looking to capitalise on it though, as he allows Ramsdan to settle once again. But that was good work from Hawley in this third round. He's been sparring with George Liddard and Jimmy Sains as well. And again, the importance of that top level sparring, really important at every stage of a fighter's career, but certainly in these early stages, isn't it? Because it gives you a little bit of a yardstick, doesn't it, of where your fighter is at, you know, from a coach's perspective.
Yeah, no, most definitely. Those are two good fighters. I mean, I remember using them both when I was about to fight Linus Dofia, and they were like the perfect tag team. After 4 rounds, one's getting out and the other one's getting them fresh, coming in 100 miles per hour again. So that's definitely good sparring for James Hawley.
We saw some of his successes there in the replay. Actually, it's interesting hearing about the different ways that people get into boxing. James Hawley got into boxing as his mum wanted to keep him off the streets. He ended up having 38 amateur fights and winning 32. So you just never know, that one tiny step into the gym, you never know what it can lead to.
Most definitely.
We'll find out how Denzel Bentley got into boxing at the end of this round, but we're keeping an eye on this one because Hawley had success in that third round to the body against Ramsdan and then back up to the head as well, and he had him in trouble towards the end. Let's see if he can build on that now in this fourth round. Ramsdan staying tightly tucked up, careful not to give any opportunities for Hawley to pounce upon. Heating up now, and the crowd really appreciating that. Good exchange, both fighters having success. Ramsdan just working to the body and then tucks up again. Just in the clinch now. Alley shuffle from Hawley, but he has that dogged, determined look about him, Ramsdan, doesn't he? Tucks up again, just poised, waiting to absorb the next attack from Hawley. (9-0) Hawley at this point, and once you're into those double digits, perhaps looking to get into fights where somebody's going to come at you, because you don't want too many like this, Denz, do you? Where Ramsdan, he's had his moments of success, but primarily there to survive and He's got his next payday lined up in November, so he's going to be cautious here. But you don't want too many like this, because you can get into habits that won't serve you well in those competitive battles to come.
Yeah, no, exactly. But then, like we said earlier, the good sparring, the hard sparring kind of makes up for that. So, yeah, but you still don't want too much of these getting into competitions. You want to, like I said, get into double digits, 10-0. You want to start pushing on for area titles and, you know, the next step English title and moving forward. So he's got to get active, you know, keep on top of his health, injury-wise and stuff, and just get his career moving.
And these long periods of waiting here are a little bit concerning, because he's not going to be afforded that with every opponent.
Yeah.
Ramsdan, of course, that suits him.
Yeah,
if he hasn't got somebody, a prospect, unbeaten prospect coming at him, you know, loading up, then all the better for him. But for Hawley, really important to remain busy, isn't it?
Yeah, most definitely, because as you step up in the levels, your opponent's going to pick up on that. And they're going to, while you're working, they're going to work with you. And as you stop trying to catch a breather or trying to counter, they're going to work on that as well. They're going to work off that as well, sorry. And you don't want your complacency to be capitalized, basically. So you've got to be careful. The round he came out and he was using that jab whilst he was still waiting for a counter, that was perfect. He needs to stay on that work. I think that was the third round.
There we go. So a bit of shadow boxing and then a bit of Strictly Come Dancing from one fan in the crowd there. How did you get into boxing then, quickly? Forgot to ask you.
Oh, good question. Long story cut short, my brother bought gloves, tried to charge us and our friends to fight each other, so we used to find the park, put the gloves on, and just beat each other to a pulp until, you know, we'd had enough. There was no time, no rounds. It was
that is an unusual way into the sport, I have to say.
And then I found the gym when I went to college, and then, the rest was history.
Scheduled for 6-3s this one, so into the fifth now, the penultimate round, and Hawley, as is typical of his style, just taking his time and trying to get the measure of Ramsdan. When he lets his shots go, he does look dangerous. Going for the uppercut there. We haven't seen too much of the uppercut from Hawley. We saw a couple of attempts in the last round. Just a few antics from both of them here, just trying to try different tricks to draw one another out. Lots of footwork and movement here, but not so much on the punching front.
Yeah, he needs to stay busy with the jab here, Hawley, but like we said earlier, he's waiting to counter punch a bit too much, and he's not going to get that from Ramsdan. Ramsdan's not going to start falling in and throwing, you know, loads of shots for Hawley to counter.
Of course, he doesn't need to do anything other than what he's doing. He is winning these rounds. It's just that obviously you're thinking ahead of what's to come and what he wants to achieve in the long term. These are the building fights, 100%. The building blocks for that, and you want to be doing all of the things that are going to bring you success later. You want to be bedding them in now, don't you?
Yeah, you do, because that's how you build good habits. And then, so I'm saying, when you keep doing this, like you said, you fall into bad habits, and look, you're just allowing Ramsdan to shimmy a little bit in front of you.
Well, Ramsdan will be well happy with this one. He's just able to just do a few shimmies with his shoulder there. He'll be delighted that he's getting all of this time just to sort of dance around the ring relatively unscathed, but Hawley trying to
be an old man a bit here. But when he is going, he looks really good.
He really does, yeah. We just need to see more of it, don't we?
Exactly,
Perhaps you're being a little bit demanding, but when you can see that a fighter has that in the locker and that potential you know, he has lots of ability, Hawley. You can see that, and you just want to see it, you know, at its very best, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, exactly. But like we said, maybe the inactivity can play a part in that, and the more he fights, the more he can build on that. So
well, he usually trains out in Spain alongside Will Hutchinson. I bet that's an interesting
little setup there.
Interesting training sessions, aren't they? Because he's quite the character, so must have a good setup there.
Yeah, no, I mean, knowing Hawley from the amateurs, he used to be very fleet-footed, but he loves the counter punch, and you're not getting it at this level with these opponents. So you got to do something else to, you know. Look, not like he's not losing the rounds.
It will come that, won't it? Like you rightly said, you know, he'll have fighters that are going to come at him, but for this stage it's important to be able to adapt.
Yeah, I mean, I think early in his career, when he was about 5 or 6-0, he boxed Josh Adewale, who was also undefeated, on another show like this. It was 2 prospects, and that was to get his career moving. I think Adewale was probably about 8-0 at the time, and that's where his work and the counter punching came in handy. He was moving, he was boxing, throwing his shots, but he was more fleet-footed. Now he's a little bit more, you know, spiteful with his punches, but he's still trying to wait for the counter punching a bit much. He's just got to let his hands go. He is, but I mean in spurts. There we go.
This has been a good start to the round from Hawley. And this is what we wanted to see, is the gum shield has come out of the mouth of...
I think that's Hawley's gum shield.
Yeah, it's Hawley's. The referee wasn't sure for a moment, but this has been good from him, the opening minute of this one, hasn't it? That intensity's been there. That's what we want to see from Hawley. There's absolutely nothing wrong with what he's been doing when he's done it. We just want to see a little bit more. That's just because we know he's got all of that ability and potential. We just want to see his best skills showcased here at York Hall. Ramsdan tucking up again as Hawley comes forward again with that stiff jab. Has been really effective, that jab of Hawley's. It's been consistent throughout the night. He's landed a couple of really telling body shots on Ramsdan as well, as he just ties him up and bides himself a little time, the man from Grimsby. And again, he'll be happy just to have gotten back in there following that timeout with injury. James Hawley will be really delighted that that hand presumably has held up, and he's been able to get 6 rounds under his belt, which that in terms of getting the rounds under his belt then is really important. A nice backhand there, and that was good. He covered the distance really quickly and was in range, and a sharp 1-2. Ramsdan having some defending to do. He lashes out with a lead hand of his own. A couple of flurries from both fighters at close range to close a decent 6 rounds, and again, important to get those under his belt for James Hawley.
Most definitely, especially with inactivity, you know, getting the rounds in under the lights, and when the pressure's on, it's always a good thing. So I think he won every round in there anyway. There's a few things he can pick up on. I think that's going to come with, you know, more activity and more confidence, but yeah, good fight overall, man. I'd like to see his career kick off now.
Well, our MC, Mike Connolly's in the ring, ready to make the announcement as James Hawley just chatting to Mark Neilson, and I'm sure pleased to get things back on track following that time out with injury. Let's get our official announcements.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go any further, can we have a huge round of applause for these two warriors? And we go to the referee scorecards. Your winner with a score of 60 points to 54. And still undefeated, James the Hitman Hawley.
Well, a big sense of relief, no doubt, for James Hawley as he goes 10-0 into double digits now, undefeated, and a solid performance from him. And I'm sure he's enjoyed the whole experience of the build-up and fight week and this occasion tonight, having had that really difficult time out with injury. He's back as his team and his promoter all take a moment to have some photographs, and they'll all be delighted having been on that journey with him as he gets the win against Tom Ramsdan. Let's look back at some of his work here. Plenty of intensity and ferocity in his work when he was able to let his hands go against Tom Ramsdan. Nice work to the body, and he really hurt Ramsdan on a couple of occasions with those backhands to the body. Difficult defence to break down Ramsdan. Wasn't willing to leave many openings, but good performance from Hawley. Another win under his belt and his professional career back on track, and he's now ringside with Melissa.
James the Hitman Hawley, how are you feeling after that performance?
Listen, I'm just happy to be back. I've been out for 18 months. I mean, I didn't have a great camp. Most other fighters would have pulled out tonight, but I had to grit my teeth out to get the job done, and that's what I've done. It wasn't my best performance, it was far from it, but a win's a win, and that's all that matters.
Well, a win is a win, and by the judges' scorecards, you won every round of that fight. You know, welcome back to the ring. 18 months is a long time. How does it feel to kind of get that ring rust off?
Do you know what? It feels incredible. So.
Oh, no worries. Let me just, while you catch your breath, let me just go over to promoter Mark. Mark, what did you make of James's performance tonight?
Well, he's been out for 18 months and he's a bit hard on himself, to be fair, but you know, he can see the power in his hands there, you can see what a talent he is, undefeated boxer, and you know, that 18 months is done now. The rust is going to be gone, he'll be back in the gym, injury-free, and we'll have him back out here in December in a meaningful fight, and then next year we really push him on and go for some big titles. You know, he's a bit hard on himself, he's a bit disappointed, but I think he's the only one who is. Everyone out there could see the potential that he's got some power in those hands, and you can see Tom was feeling them, and he was just probably a bit eager, a bit trying, you know, he could see he was hurting him, and he was probably his time was a little bit out, but that's the 18 months, but you can see the talent this kid's got, and it's going to go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, totally well said. I think one of the things that absolutely stood out to me was that you put so much spice, so much emphasis on every single shot, and it really came across. You're super explosive, the shot variation was awesome, so, you know, it was not a bad performance in any way, shape or form. What did it mean to you to be back in there?
Do you know what? It meant the world. I got a bit upset before I went to talk a minute ago, but if you knew where I was in my life 18 months ago, most people wouldn't give me a chance to be here today. And I'm very happy to be back. And
we're very happy to see you back, honestly. You know, as Mark said, you'll be back in action before the end of the year and pushing on for a really, really big 2025.
I just want to say a massive thank you to my sponsors. First of all, Mason Scaffolding and Motion Matrix, but the biggest one of them all, I couldn't do it without him, Leap Pro, 1377. Stan, this man came on board with me this time last year when I was down in the dumps and no one believed in me, and this man did. And if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here today. And I want to say a massive thank you to my mum. She stuck with me all the way.
Beautiful words, and listen.
And thank you to Mark, obviously, for giving me this opportunity. And I was hard work to match this time around because I had a difficult camp, and Mark got the job done and got what I needed.
A really bright future in store for you, and we really look forward to seeing you back in action. Congratulations again.
Cheers.
Back to you at ringside.
Well, plenty of action still to come here from York Hall on FightZone. Got 5 fights still to come. Debutant Orian Lungu. We've got the heavyweights and the cruiserweights on the way as well. But as I mentioned earlier, there's a huge show next week that you can watch live on FightZone TV, the 2nd of November, and it's Cayman Islands 2.
Saturday, November 2nd, 2024. Grand Cayman is more than just paradise. It's the ultimate destination for fight fans, as world-class boxing collides with the island's unmatched beauty. India's fighting sensation, trained by the legendary Roy Jones Jr., Mandeep Jangra, takes on Wales' rising star Conor McIntosh for the vacant World Boxing Foundation Super Featherweight title. 2 warriors, 1 ring, 1 shot at glory. Who will lead with the gold? The night doesn't stop there. Former world title contender Michael Dasmarinas squares off against Eduardo Esquivel for the vacant WBF International Featherweight title. Experience and power collide in this high-stakes battle. And in the women's division, UK's boxing star Katie Healy takes on the fierce challenger from Wales, Ashley Johnson, in the Super Bantamweight Showdown. Will Healy continue her rise to the top, or will Johnson shock the world? It's more than just a fight, it's a destination. Experience the breathtaking beauty of Grand Cayman. Soak up the sun and witness an unforgettable night of boxing at the Lions Center in Georgetown. Grand Cayman, where champions are made, where legends are born. This is the Clash in Cayman 2. Rumble on the Rock.
So, November the 2nd, live on FightZone and TalkSport, Cayman Islands 2. Don't miss it. Right, plenty of action still on the way here from York Hall. Let's go to our MC for the official announcements.
Ladies and gentlemen, the action continues. Bout number 6 on your card this evening. Please welcome to the ring, Krzysztof Zulge.
Krzysztof Zulge, then a 32-year-old Latvian, lives in Doncaster, has competed as a pro over 60 times, shared the ring with the likes of Tom Rafferty, Macaulay McGowan and Carl Fail, and his last wins in 2022, as he looks to test another up-and-coming prospect this evening.
And his opponent this evening, please welcome to the ring, Joshua Gustav.
Well, he's 5-0 as a pro, but comes to the ring tonight after 18 months away. However, if anybody can survive in any situation, it's this man, winner of the SAS Who Dares Wins TV series last year. He fought in June of last year, but has been staying active, overcoming a multitude of tests, both physically and mentally in the All Action TV series, so no doubt coming here confident and well prepared despite the time away.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following contest will be 4 rounds in the super welterweight division, and it will feature the man to my left making his 67th professional appearance, weighing in at 159 pounds from Doncaster, by Latvia, Krzysztof Zulge. And his opponent this evening, the man facing him across the ring, he's undefeated, making his 6th professional appearance, weighing in at 159 pounds from Ilford, Joshua Gustav. Your referee, Mr. Mark Bain.
Punches up, pay my command to protect yourself at all times. Good luck to you both, gents.
So another unbeaten undefeated record on the line tonight. Joshua Gustav, 5-0, the man from Ilford in Essex. He's in against a seasoned and experienced Latvian in Zulgis, who's had over 60 fights. Plenty of experience. Been in with some decent opponents as well, so really interesting time away from the ring, Gustav, with being part of that SAS Who Dares Win series and all of the many tests he puts the participants under. Came through with flying colours, and I have to say, Dens, when boxers take part in those kind of programmes, they do really well, and it's not surprising.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show, you know, what we put ourselves through as fighters, you know what I mean? Like in the gym, and just to be a boxer, to be able to handle situations like he did when he went on that program. What was it?
SAS Who Dares Wins. Yeah. Real test of mental fortitude, as well as that physical conditioning, which is all attributes which boxers are renowned for, of course, as he sets about his task well in this opening minute here. Gustav pushing Zulgis back, but is willing to reply as he gets that double jab going. But Gustav very much in the driving seat here, you feel, in the opening stages, controlling that pace and distance. That was good work, that, wasn't it? A couple of dropping down to the body and then coming over the top with that hook, and that's exactly what you have to do, isn't it, to force those openings, really, to make somebody drop those elbows slightly to create the opening to the head, and vice versa. And that was well played from Gustav to enable that.
Yeah, I've sparred Gustav a good few times, and he's really good at switching the attack from body to head, and he is a good body puncher also, and he's in there to hurt you. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's one of them guys where you could tell, like just.
I have to say, on Box Rec, he is one of the scariest looking fighters in terms of that mugshot. It's
it's got a lot of bad intentions.
Yeah, he certainly that mugshot precedes him, but he's putting some good shots together here, Gustav, and this is again another fighter who's been out 18 months but showing no signs of any ring rust here. Corner telling him to take his time and not to rush it. And again, Zulgis playing his part and giving plenty back for Gustav to think about.
He is, but I think he's throwing out a panic.
Difference.
He's throwing out a panic. He's throwing to keep Gustav off him. And I'm not saying it won't work, but it's less of a I'm going to give it to you rather than and it's more of a get off me. Good right hand there from Gustav just as the bell went.
He started boxing as a teenager, Gustav, after he used to pick his older brother up from the gym and just fancied a bit of it himself, and since he got involved, obviously he's not looked back. It probably won't surprise you, given the style of his shorts, that Mike Tyson is one of his influence, because they're very Mike Tyson-esque, those shorts, aren't they? The short, black, simplistic style, synonymous with Tyson. As you see some of Gustav's work there in the replay, looking very focused there, and no signs, as I said, of ring rust there. It was a good opening round for him, especially after this long out.
Yeah, most definitely. But he's one of them guys that just stays in the gym. He's always in the gym, so even though he had a bit of time off, it wasn't due to any injuries or anything. He was always in the gym, floating around different gyms, sparring, so he wouldn't have lost any time or sharpness. He still looks very spiteful, and he's probably just happy to be back out again.
Zulgis just falling short and wafting thin air, but that's due to the work from Gustav that has forced him into that position, and not there to be hit when Zulgis feels compelled to reply as he just pushes him back again, but that one landed from Zulgis, albeit on the gloves of Gustav, as he tries to push the Latvian back and find some openings. Just tucking up, and he won't want to stay on the ropes too long. Manages just to skip away because Gustav was just beginning to put his shots together there, and he looks ferocious when he lets that backhand go, Dens.
Yeah, he does. He just landed a good backhand to the body, and I know Zulgis felt that, but he just needs to stay on that work. He needs to just, you know, keep going down there, and he slowly just start breaking Zulgis down, and I'll probably get him out of there, to be honest. Zulgis just being very awkward there, being very slippery. He doesn't want to sit and hang on the ropes. He's finding a way out.
Well, you feel like Gustav, you know, if he did get a chance to back you up and you stayed there, he would sustain an attack.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd let you off, would he, and step back and let you out of there. I think he would continue to pummel you, given half the chance.
Yeah, definitely, and that's why Zulgis can't afford to, you know, be a sitting duck on the ropes, because Gustav ain't holding any prisoners. He's gonna let go.
I tell you what, the two really sitting down on the shots then, weren't they? They were really loading up with those shots, and a whisker away perhaps from someone copping a big one, as Zulgis did there, and he took that really well. You could feel that from ringside, from our vantage point here, and he really did appear to take that flush, but took it well. Certainly helped that his feet were under him, as he just gives his legs a little shake, because they certainly stiffened, and this one you feel has that little element of tension, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It could really kick off at any moment.
It could, and you know, as fans sitting back here, we're waiting for that. That's what we want to see.
And as you say, it looks like Zulgis is sort of part of his defence is to attack back, which makes him vulnerable and adds that element of jeopardy, because one of those wild swings could just, you know, Gustav could equally cop for one. So he's got that real element of danger, this one, hasn't it? Yeah, no, most definitely. And when they do throw, they do sound heavy. Both fighters, both their shots sound heavy, so they both got to be careful and wary of what's coming back, especially Gustav, as he's the one pushing forward on the front foot and, you know, having the more success letting his hands go, because every now and then Zulgis is just going to launch one, and if it lands, it could change the course of the fight. As we just saw in that replay, just both willing to trade, and really anything can happen when you throw caution to the wind with reckless abandon, but both sticking behind the jab for this opening exchange. Third round, this one scheduled for 4 threes. Feel the tension when these two trade, because they're both relatively open, aren't they? They've got vulnerabilities, that's for sure. The rest of the time it's the total opposite and really quite controlled, isn't it? Yeah, it's like from one extreme to another. Just mixing the shots up now. Gustav is leading off with the screw shot and then went to the body and just trying to change it up from that straight jab. Starts to put his combinations together though. And then there's Zulgis firing back straight away. Certainly adding an element of unpredictability to this one. when he throws Zulgis, sometimes he just leaves his chin right up in the air, doesn't he, and just swings those arms, for better or for worse. You can't help but enjoy these exchanges. The coaches in either corner are not going to be enjoying these, but we can, ringside, as everybody in here in York Hall is, just holding the breath when the two of them let go with these somewhat wild swings at times. Just touching there, Gustav, just trying to create the openings. Yeah, it's nice. That variety's had some great variety in this round. Nice tidy work from him. He didn't risk anything there, did he?
Yeah, no, he didn't. He didn't get too reckless. He was just touching, tried to put in that last left foot. He just skinned the top of Zulgis's head.
Good work this round from Gustav, and we have seen variety. He's been trying to mix it up, change the angles, lead off with different shots. Denz, how do you think you do on SAS Who Dares wins?
That's a good question. I don't know.
You won't be able to wear that bling for a start that you're donning tonight. That'll be out. No sergeant's going to allow that in the trenches. But anyway,
I think I'll do quite well, because you know, like the toughness from boxing coaches, they're very strict. They don't really, don't really fluff about or like, give it to you easy. You're not allowed to quit. You're not allowed to give up. They stay on you during the sessions, and even when the sessions get hard, they're shouting at you like, "Don't stop. You got to keep going." So I think I'll do fairly well. Yeah.
I think to choose a sport like boxing, there's got to be something in you that enjoys an element of that. There has to be.
Yeah, that's
true. You have to enjoy that bit where you really have to dig in and get yourself through tough rounds of training or obviously in fights. So I guess it lends itself to it a bit.
Yeah, I always say, I mean, not an ordinary person, but someone that doesn't enjoy it can't do it, couldn't do it. It's too hard.
There are some who say they don't enjoy it, but there must be an element. If it's not enjoyment, then there's a different word for it, but it's got to have some positive ramifications for them. But either way, if anyone's listening from SAS Who Dares wins, Denzel Bentley, give him a call. He's willing to take off his bling for a couple of weeks and give it a go.
Yeah, I'll give it a go.
What would be your most feared thing? Abseiling, the scuba diving bits, or what? Do all sorts, don't they? Interrogation.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think you'd be very good at interrogation. I think you'd tell them everything. I really do.
Fair enough.
I think you'd forget and be all friendly and tell them all the information.
Oh yeah, no, that's all right. It depends how they approach me. They approach me all calm and I say, "Oh, what happened?" I'm like, "Yeah, I just saw it the other day."
Good head movement from Gustav as he closes Zulgis down, and this one really has been an intriguing one. It was originally scheduled for 6 rounds. It's now 4, so both maybe feel that they've got a little bit of extra energy to expel, given that they were prepared for another 2 rounds. But inside the last 2 minutes now, and it's certainly kept everybody's attention, hasn't it? Because some of those exchanges have been right on the edge.
Yeah, they have. Like you were saying, just whiskers away from landing on each other. Is like every time they have them exchanges, it's like, oh.
You can hear that collective intake of breath, can't you, from the crowd as they just whiz past somebody's chin. Oh, good work from Zulgis, but he ships one back in return from Gustav. He's got to stay switched on here.
Oh, good body shot.
Lovely shot to the body there, got right behind the elbows of Zulgis.
Zulgis is doing well to take them shots to the body.
Yeah, had his back to us for that one, but you could almost feel him wince when that one was sunk in. Good work again from Gustav. Oh, those exchanges are just, oh my goodness. Walking the tightrope, the pair of them at times. Just catches Zolgis there, with his just the top of his forehead. Final seconds of this one then. Now we're going to see one of those wild exchanges from the two of them to... Oh! Well, fair play to both of them. They certainly put on an entertaining fight there, and sure the coaches in both corners will have sweated a little bit and had the heart rate raised through that one, but really entertaining affair that was, and fair play to Gustav after so long out.
Yeah, definitely, very entertaining. I sort of wish we got the extra 2 rounds now, but I mean, I'm sure they're happy it's over and they ain't got to go through that no more. But yeah, entertaining bout, man. I was entertained by that.
No, it certainly was different. It was the opposite spectrums, really, really controlled until they both just decided to throw caution to the wind, but enjoyable nonetheless as we get the official announcement for our MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a contest. Please give them a huge round of applause. And after 4 rounds of action, we go to the referee scorecards. Your winner with a score of 40 points to 36, Joshua Gustav.
Well, a good win for Gustav then, and I wonder what's more difficult, competing on SAS Who Dares Wins or boxing?
Probably boxing.
You know, some people who've been on some of those programmes, they do have a boxing element in it, don't they, where they get them all to have a fight, and some of them have said that's the toughest part.
Yeah.
I imagine it would be if you had absolutely no experience.
Yeah, exactly, and you got someone like, you know, hitting you back, and you have no experience of defence and when to attack and stuff.
Sometimes even when you are an experienced boxer, the very worst people to get in with the people who don't know what they're doing. You know, we've all been there when you get a mate in the gym and they go, oh, can I do a bit with him? They just do wild, unpredictable things.
And
they're the worst people, because they do, you know, backhand flicks and all sorts of weird stuff. They're an absolute nightmare, but nonetheless, Gustav has been successful in both SAS Who Dares Wins and boxing as he moves to 6-0, remains undefeated, and a good performance in a really entertaining contest against the Latvian Kristaps Zolgis. And Gustav has made his way ringside, where he'll be talking to Melissa.
How are you feeling after that fantastic display?
I'm feeling good. I was meant for 6 rounds, so I'm a bit unhappy with the performance because I was looking to get him out there, but I boxed to orders and I was out of the ring for like a year and a half, so I'm happy.
Yeah, a year and a half out the ring. Look, at the end of the day, it's going to take a moment to catch your breath in there, but you absolutely look like you had your opponent on the back foot throughout the entire fight. I think there was a moment within round 2 where he caught you with something and tried it again, and actually you were like having none of it. Your timing was really, really fantastic. What was some of the advice coming out of the corner?
Just don't rush my work, go down to the body and just keep my legs soft and don't go looking for it, because it's such a short time to get the job done. Just don't push on and just keep steady.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, 4 rounds at the end of the day is not a lot of time in there. What did you make of your opponent?
He's durable, man. Credit to him. Credit him for having a fight. 4 rounds. Durable opponent. Good bit of experience I got from that fight, so on to the next now.
Yeah, 4 really good learning rounds. You moved to 6-0 now. In your mind's eye, when can we expect to see you back out in action?
Before the end of the year. I've got a lot of time to make up, so I want to stay active now and push on for titles next year.
So you're hoping to get a fight underway before the end of the year and then push on for a really big 2025?
Massive 2025.
Any last words, any final messages to any of your sponsors or supporters?
Just stay positive, keep your chin up, and if you've got your mind set on something, keep your blinkers on and you'll get there in the end. Stay positive.
Love those words of confidence and inspiration. Congratulations again on your win, and we look forward to seeing you back out in action.
Thank you very much. Thank
you. So 6-0 now then for Joshua Gustav, and we have another 3rd and final of our debutants this evening, Orian Lungu, in the welterweight division.
Ladies and gentlemen, bout number 7 on your card this evening. Please welcome to the ring, Bojana Libichevska.
Experience in abundance, technically sound, and 10 years as a pro. Made a debut way back in 2014, and since then she's ticked off an impressive list of who's who and done the rounds with some of the best in the business, including Chantel Cameron, Tasha Jonas, Terry Harper and Rhiannon Dixon, all current and former world champions, as Poland's Bojana Libichevska gets set to put a debutante to the test tonight.
And her opponent this evening, please welcome to the ring, Orian Lungu.
The noise from the crowd is raised here in York Hall, a huge moment and a long time coming for Orian Lungu. 5 years since she last competed. That was as an accomplished amateur, selected for England, was a national champion, English Universities champion, and a couple of gold medals at the Haringey Box Cup to her name as well. Only took up boxing as the careers advisor said students should take up something that makes them stick out from the crowd. Well, it certainly did that and then some, as Ori steps out from the crowd tonight to make her debut on the professional stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following contest will be 6 2-minute rounds in the welterweight division, and it will feature the woman to my left making her 74th professional appearance, weighing in at 143 pounds, from Sosnowiec, Poland, Bojana Libichevska. And her opponent this evening, the woman facing her across the ring, is making her professional debut, weighing in at 143 pounds, from London, the two-time Box Cup champion, the elite national champion, Orian Lungu.
Well, we spoke earlier about the different ways that people get into the sport of boxing, and what a story for Orian Lungu, or Ori as she's known to her friends. It really was down to a careers advisor telling the students that they ought to take up something a little bit different to help them stand out. That's exactly what Ori did. She took up boxing at uni while studying physics. 12 years later, here she is as a pro. And that plan to get a PhD in astrophysics is now very much on hold as she sets to work. Lungu in the white and gold shorts, Libichevska in black and gold. Very, very experienced, the Pole, 35 years old, 10 years a pro, made a debut against Vivian Obernoff, who's had some cracking contests in these divisions as well, so certainly knows her way around, and she started fast here, Lungu.
Yeah, I'll be honest, this is a debut that I've been looking forward to for about 5-6 years. I remember she used to train down the old Peacock with Brian O'Shaughnessy and Laura Sokola and Dan Aziz, and I thought she was already a pro. And I used to ask her all the time, like, oh, when you boxing? And she'd be saying, oh, I'm not sure yet. And whenever she went pro, I was like, when you turning pro? And I remember just probably like 2 years ago, I messaged her like, oh, you're back in the scene, when you turning pro? And she's like, oh, I'm not sure yet, but maybe soon. And now she's turning pro, so I'm excited
to see her here, because
yeah,
when you're doing those box cups in and around the Elite England camps, I remember her being there when I was already very old then, just towards the end of my boxing career, but she was one of those who was coming through who you could see had great potential. So really delighted to see her take that step, and it's been a huge decision having to tell her mum that she was not going to pursue that PhD in astrophysics as planned, and that instead she was going to pursue a career in boxing. I'm sure that was a conversation that didn't go down too well, but
that was probably
Mum watched her on the live stream when she boxed in the Box Cup and is fully behind her now, and that support can be important.
Definitely, most definitely.
Tell you what, talk about support. Great crowd in here for Ori tonight, who are so behind her.
Yeah.
Obviously all been waiting 5 years for this moment as well, haven't they?
Yeah, I'm talking about that support. I remember when I first told my mum I'm dropping out of uni to box, she looked at me as if I was mad and didn't talk to me for a bit. But when she came to see me fight and she saw, you know, I was half decent, she's been to every pro fight since my debut. So
I think you're more than half decent, to be fair. Doing yourself an injustice there. What were you going to study at uni, or what were you studying?
I was doing sports science.
Right.
And then I asked one of the lecturers the job opportunities, and when they told me it was nothing I wanted to do.
You thought I might as well just be British champion.
I might as well give it a try, but at the time I'd had about 1 or 2 amateur fights when I was dropping out of uni, and I just said I'm not going back. I'm going to box. My mum just thought, you're mad, like you can box after, and I thought, no, I can do this after if the box doesn't work out.
Absolutely. And you know what, I think it's totally off topic here during the round, but I have to say, when people tell athletes to have a plan B, I just don't think it's the right way to go.
Yeah, exactly.
Because a plan B is like the main thing hasn't worked out, and you have to be invested in the sport. What it doesn't mean though is that you can't have other passions and interests that you can pursue outside of it.
Definitely.
Lots of boxers have business interests and entrepreneurship things they do, or you know, causes that they follow. Nothing wrong with that. Doesn't have to be a plan B. You're a whole person outside being an athlete, and should absolutely pursue those passions. But a PhD in astrophysics, that is something else.
That is something else.
I'm sure that Ori can get back to that if she wishes, but she's set a really good pace early on here, and they are, remember, the shorter 2-minute rounds for the females, so they fly by. You have to make sure that you're effective and you don't let any rounds slip away, because that can happen very quickly, and Ori has not done that. She's set a pace well. She's taken that centre ring early and pushed her back and looked dominant from the first bell.
She has. She's coming forward with good head movement. She's moving her shoulders. You know, she set that dominance with a good jab, like we've seen there. Yeah, man, like the support's incredible. It's loud in there for her.
And there is something special about small hall venues when you get them packed out and there's an entire crowd lending their voice, screaming and shouting for the person they've come to support. It is special, and it has that special feeling here tonight for Orian. I'm sure that her adrenaline took a huge spike when she came out to that reception.
Oh, good shot.
And she's given them plenty to cheer about, because this is good work again on the inside, pushing Libyszewska back up against the ropes as she just tries to tie her up. Nice feints as well from Ori. She's just trying to create some openings. That's another thing that's entirely different, Gans, isn't it, from the amateurs to the pros, the clinch.
Yeah.
Because they barely allow you to touch one another in the amateurs in a clinch situation. They separate you almost immediately. You have to figure out what's the best course of action for you when an opponent ties you up in the pros, don't you? Do you wrestle with them? Do you make yourself a dead weight?
Yeah.
Do you work your way out of there? There's different approaches.
Yeah, there is, and it's whatever suits you. I mean, I would probably do everything but wrestle with them, because you know that can take a lot of energy from you, especially on her debut. She doesn't want to zap her energy, because there's already a lot of nervous energy going into this fight, trying to impress her crowd. It's her debut, long awaited as well, and it's like, you know, you don't want to do anything more to get you any more tired than you need to.
Really calm and composed in Lungu's corner, but I have to say, Libyszewska was breathing really heavily in that round. She took to her stool, her mouth was gaping open, arms up on the second rope, and she was really taking in, like drawing in the breaths quite deliberately. So I think she's really felt the pace in this one, because she's set a fast pace, Orion. She's not gone for 4-2s, straight to the 6-2s, which is good to see. And she's working well here, using that head movement to counter. This is good work from Lungu. She's in great shape. I think she's lighter than she's ever been, or certainly for a long time, and she'll feel that sharpness, won't she, in her shots, because when you're on that weight that's best for you, remarkably, you punch harder. People think you punch harder the heavier you are.
Yeah, no, it's not that.
You don't get that snap until you reach that optimal weight, and then you just have that snap and sharpness. You get that power, don't you?
Yeah, it's just from that snap, just the speed and just feeling at your best. When you're a lot heavier, everything's a lot more sluggish and slower, and you might have more weight behind your punch, but you ain't got the snap, you ain't got the same, the impact. It's different.
Great opponent for her debut as well, because she is experienced. She'll give her the rounds, and she gets that balance right of tucking up enough but throwing back enough to stay in the fight and keep it relatively competitive. But Lungu's really applied herself well here. From that very first bell, she used all of that adrenaline, all of that time that she's been waiting for this moment, and really channeled that energy into setting a really ferocious pace. Settled a bit now, which is good to see, choosing her shots and not wasting anything or forcing anything, but just don't want to get frustrated now by Libychevska. Just getting into the clinch, and it is frustrating when you just want to show what you've been working on, and the holding, you're like, get off me, I want to let my hands go, but it's all part of it.
That's something she's going to have to get used to, because it's part of professional boxing, isn't it? The clinching and the buying time and holding and not letting you get your work off, spoiling your work. It's a lot that she needs to get used to, in this game now.
She's been on a boxing retreat this summer, spent some time abroad training. She's had good sparring with Dee Allen, welterweight European champion, Nouman Hussein, who I actually trained with a few years ago alongside Sherelle Brown, who was on the England team with us, so I know him from many years ago. Masood Abdullah, Commonwealth champion. So she's had some really, really good sparring. She says her ambition right now is just to get back in the ring and enjoy it, but long term she has big ambitions for world titles, and there's absolutely no reason, given her amateur pedigree especially, why that isn't a realistic aim for her.
Yeah, definitely.
Fights out of the rival boxing gym in King's Cross with the coach Steve Broughton, and nice head movement from Ori now. She looks sharp. Really good display this for her debut. When somebody's waited this long and had this long out of the ring, you just want it to go well for them, and I think we can agree that it certainly has so far. Scheduled for 6-2s. You can feel the energy of the crowd, can't you? And the unique thing about York Hall is that, of course, there are supporters below the ring, on the floor, so to speak, in the seats, but the balconies, having those voices shouting from above adds a completely different element, and
it is.
Ori using every ounce of that energy from her supporters here, channeling it through those gloves as she lets them go on Libychevska, who's really having to work hard here to keep Ori off.
Good shots, definitely.
Doesn't manage to miss. She ships a couple of big shots, left and right, straight down the pipe from Lungu. Just falls in and ends up in a clinch. But she's well into a flow here now, Dens. Those nerves will have dissipated somewhat, and she's just in her rhythm and flow, and hopefully enjoying this occasion.
Yeah, like you said, I think she looks like she's wide right hand here, just missed. But she's trying things now. She's comfortable now. I think you know, the first initial moment of getting in the ring as a professional has sunk in now, and now she's just doing what she does.
That's a nice shot, isn't it, as well? That wide right shot from Lungu, when she times it right, and they look so impressive, those shots, when you land.
Yeah.
Got plenty of influences, Lungu. Roy Jones Jr., who, by the way, will be in the Cayman Islands for that show on the 2nd of November that you can watch on FightZone TV and follow on TalkSport as well. Pernell Whitaker, Lomachenko and Katie Taylor, so a real mix of influences from which to draw from there. Who are your main influences, who you grew up sort of watching?
Floyd Mayweather, Andre Ward, Pernell Whitaker, Sugar Ray Leonard.
I love Sugar Ray Leonard.
Sugar Ray Leonard, yeah. Come on, that
Have you read his book?
I haven't actually.
I loved his book, and there's one bit when he talks about biorhythms and how some days when he'd have a big spar or on fight day, he'd look in the mirror and before every fight he'd say, are you Sugar or are you Ray?
Wow.
And if the answer was Ray, he knew he was in trouble, but if he was Sugar,
that's it.
And it really interesting.
That's
and
crazy.
That first fight with Duran, he said, I was Ray. Yeah. Crazy, isn't it? It's really interesting.
I need to read that.
You do. You'll have to ask yourself that next time.
Yeah.
Demerara Denzel. That's a Sugar, innit? I think. Good work again from Lungu, choosing to try and work on the inside as Livichevska does her best to tie her up and just try and deter these attacks from Lungu, but there's nothing going to deter Lungu. Special occasion, the debut, and wonderful support in here. A great left hand there. Mixed up her shots. We've seen a little bit of everything from her today, and certainly got her pro career off to a great start so far in these first 5 rounds. Doing everything she can to try and upset that rhythm and flow and just tie her up, Livichevska. Unable to compete with Lungu's pace. No shots coming her way. There's plenty of them. Just trying to trap the left arm of Lungu on the blind side of the referee. Very little coming back from Livichevska now. Lungu, encouraged by the crowd, launches forward again, letting both hands go.
Lungu's doing well to work in them clinches, but Livichevska just ain't letting go. She's just trying to find that time to, you know, upset Lungu's rhythm.
Referee having a very, very stern word with Lungu's corner. Now having a stern word with Livichevska as well. No messing with that referee. Hopefully doesn't spot anything we're doing wrong and we don't get a telling off as well. But good work from Lungu. As soon as the action was resumed, she set about her, and really impressive stuff this from Lungu. Started boxing just after the 2012 Olympics, which was of course the first time that women's boxing was included. Was inspired, took it up, and here she is, embarking on what is the start, surely, of an exciting journey in the professional ranks as we get set for the 6th and final round. I think we can expect a final round here where Livichevska just tries to hang on for dear life, because Lungu knows now that she's got those 5 under her belt, she's got gas left in the tank, and she'll want to empty the tank here.
Yeah, she still looks fresh.
At least give everything that she can, because you're eager to put on a good
shot there from
show.
Lungu.
What a backhand that overhand right from Lungu. And you could hear that just cracking the side of the face of Livichevska, who took it well, to be fair. She'd do well to keep that guard tight around the left side of her head, Libicevska.
Oh, another good backhand there from
Unfortunately,
Lungu.
she didn't know, and takes another one from Lungu, because she's finding a range and a timing with that shot time and time again, and Libicevska open to it. Good work again from Lungu. Some swelling to the left eye, just beneath the left eye of Libicevska. It's no wonder, because Lungu has had real success with that backhand, especially that looping overhand shot. Really connected with the side of Libicevska's head on numerous occasions as we come up to the final 30 seconds in this 6th round. Lungu looking just as fresh as he did from the opening bell, and how proud her mum will be now to see the decision that her daughter made has led her to this point, showcasing all that hard work on the professional stage. Another lovely backhand from Lungu, a flurry on the inside as she looks to finish in style. Libicevska just looking to spoil, but will not spoil this occasion for Orian Lungu. Overwhelmed with the occasion, Libicevska looks absolutely exhausted in the corner. Such was the intense pace set by Lungu from the first bell. The crowd are on their feet as Lungu raises the hands and takes in this very, very special moment. What great support she's had in here. Really good performance, and her pro career off to a brilliant start.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a contest. Please give these two ladies a huge round of applause. And once again, after 6 rounds of pulsating action, we go to the referee scorecards. Your winner, with a score of 60 points to 54. A star is born, Orian Lungu!
A star is born indeed, and you can just see what this moment means to Orian Lungu. Waited 5 years for this moment after plenty of success in the amateurs, and here she is finally making her debut as a pro, and you can tell that is the body language of a fighter who cannot wait to do this again.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably, you know, one of the best moments of my life, that just getting that debut over the line, winning it, you know what I'm saying, 60-54, the ref scored it, and all her family and friends are here supporting her and backing her, so really impressive, man. I'm happy for her, happy she's, you know, got to live her dream, and yeah, the journey continues. A star is born, like they said.
Always a real privilege to be ringside for somebody's pro debut. We both appreciate what a special moment it is. It's something that you never forget, and this just did feel extra special for Ori. A beaming smile as she waves to the crowd now. A delighted Orian Lungu makes her way to ringside, and a quick wave to all of her supporters who are screaming at the top of their lungs, showing their support for Ori. And I think she's got a real passionate fan base that are most definitely with her for however long this journey goes, whatever twists and turns are on the way. I think she has their full backing, and they've enjoyed every moment of this, as has Ori. And she's ringside now with Melissa.
Orian Lungu Congratulations, you've joined the professional ranks at last, highly anticipated. How are you feeling?
Do you know, I feel so happy. I was like, it's been a little while waiting. This is my first fight in 5 years. So, but I've always stayed in the gym, but it's my first fight in 5 years. Been working with Steve and the team for the last year. So to finally get my debut done and have this amazing crowd, oh man, I'm gonna remember this forever.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you only get one professional debut, and you approached it with just such energy. Right from the moment where you were walking down that runway, it was just all energy. The place was absolutely buzzing. How did it feel knowing you're about to step through those ropes?
Do you know what? Before it, in the change room when I came, I was so nervous. I was so nervous, quiet. But I had an amazing team backstage with Steve, with Danny, with Phoebe, Joanna. The changing room, the vibes were nice and calm. And then I came out here, I could hear everybody screaming my name, and that just like pumped me up. So yes, thanks to the crowd, thanks to my team.
Do you know what? An amazing performance as well. Like completely dominated your opponent. The shot selection was just superb. What really came to light actually was how experienced you are in the amateurs. You're a national champion. You're a name that people have been speaking about for years. So I really feel that the amateur pedigree put you in such good stead. I'm just going to turn to John, promoter John, for a second. What did you make of Ori's performance?
What a debut. You know, you're welcome back, definite. All week's been brilliant. I mean, look at the noise. She had a smile on her face yesterday at the weigh-in. I thought you were awesome, Ori. I really did. I thought you were really composed. It was your debut. I mean, no one gets rid of Bojani. She was hanging in there a bit. You got a clean shot out on points. You live half a mile around the corner?
Yeah, I live
so I think this is going to be your house, yeah? So you're welcome back anytime, but you should enjoy that tonight. Your fans were great, and you sold really well and you looked the part. So big future. Well done to you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely looked the part. I mean, of course it helps that you're in, Steve Broughton's gym. You've got the likes of Newman Hussein, Masood Abdullah, Amy Andrew in the gym with you. How much does having that kind of presence around you propel you forwards?
It's honestly, every day I go into the gym, I'm reminded that I'm surrounded by champions, and that pushes me to work so much harder. And the fact that I have to spar these guys as well, that forces me to work harder. Honestly, the sparring that I've had in that camp is second to none. And so knowing that I sparred against those guys helped with the nerves a little bit in the preparation for this. But honestly, yeah, being around them is motivating me, inspiring me to aim for titles myself.
It's fantastic. I mean, just a quick message of support to the fans that you've got in the building tonight.
Honestly, just thank you so much. I honestly could not have done this with the support over the last few weeks, with everybody telling me that they're coming and just like sending me amazing messages, has honestly pushed me to push hard on my training. And even when I got on the steps, it just amped me up. So yeah, their support has been incredible all the way through.
Listen, amazing debut, such an exciting prospect that has just joined the professional ranks. We absolutely can't wait to see what you do next, Ori. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ori.
Thank you.
Back to you at ringside.
What a very special moment for Orian Lungu, and one to watch. We will look forward to her professional career developing from here. 3 fights to go. Welterweight division up next, another unbeaten prospect in Louie Muldowney. Let's get the official introductions from our MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, bout number 8 on your card this evening. Please welcome to the ring, Naeem Ali.
Known as the show saver, Ali makes his ring walk for the 136th time tonight. He certainly knows how to put on a show when he wants to. The 29-year-old from Blackburn is quite a character, and he's been known to throw in a few tricks, antics and slick moves. Let's see what he has in his locker this evening.
And his opponent this evening, please welcome to the ring, Louie Muldowney.
Well, we saw Louie Muldowney last time out at the O2 Indigo here in London, where he added a 5th win to his record against Santiago Garces. He did say afterwards that he allowed himself to get dragged into a fight and that he's slicker than that in the gym. So he'll want to display his ability more comprehensively this evening. Only 20 years old though, so plenty of time to develop and build a promising career of the man from Kent as he enters the ring for his 6th contest as a pro.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following contest will be 6 rounds in the welterweight division, and it will feature the man to my left making his 136th professional appearance, weighing in at 154 pounds, from Blackburn, Lancashire, Naeem Ali. And his opponent this evening, the man facing him across the ring, he's undefeated, making his 6th professional appearance, weighing in at 151 pounds, from Kent, Louie Muldowney. Your referee, Mr. Bernard Oyet.
All right, gentlemen, let's keep this contest clean. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself and stay professional. Touch class, good luck.
Always brings a great crowd, Muldowney, and tonight's no different. Fights out of the Brixton Pro Gym with coaches Bobby Mills and Conor Ward. He's been working with them for the last few months. Been going well so far. Muldowney in the white and red shorts, Ali in the black. Had 22 fights as an amateur, Muldowney, so not a huge amateur experience, but only lost 3. He's been sparring with O'Hara Davis, of course, who had that big fight with Adam Azim last week, and it may well be the last we see of O'Hara Davis, but what a great servant to the sport he's been, and what a great character as well. But certainly will have been good sparring for Muldowney. Could be a tricky character, Ali. Was commentating on him in July against debutant Liam Macmillan over in Yorkshire, and he was posturing and doing all the antics and pulling his tongue out and all sorts of things. He did get dropped in the 2nd round though. Tightened up defensively after that, but under a lot of firepower and pressure here for Muldowney, who's not afraid to let those hands go. He wasn't too pleased with his performance last time out. I interviewed him after that one. He said he was disappointed he got dragged into a fight. He knows he can do better. He's slicker than that in the gym. That's what he'll want to show here tonight, and he has done so far, Denzel.
He has. He's landed some good shots. I think he's been really impressive with his jab. As soon as the contest started, he started, you know, throwing that jab straight to the body. Thought I was landing well clean. Landed a few good backhands, like he just did there probably about 5-10 seconds ago, and another one just now, but he's pressing forward. Louie Muldowney's got a nice style. I like his style. He's nice and sharp. He's got fast hands. He lets his hands go. He's very snappy. There's just one thing I've kind of picked up on that not that I don't like, but I think is a problem. When he's stepping back, he leaves that lead hand out there, and in the midst of that, Ali was able to catch him with a few jabs going backwards. But other than that, I think his work has been brilliant so far.
He's not waiting too long either, is he? He's staying busy.
He is.
Good output. Plenty of shots, but not wasting them either.
Yeah,
Mixed
exactly.
them up. It's been good so far.
Good
He's
jab.
one of those fighters, Ali, that if you allow him, he will try and pick you off. He's not afraid to try and catch you. He prides himself on that. He's not one who comes and tucks up and just gets through the rounds. He has a few tricks up his sleeve of his own, as you can tell from this opening round, but
yeah,
really good from Muldowney there. Well, he wanted a better performance this time than last time out, and I'm sure going from that first round, that's what we've got in store here, because that was much better than when we saw him in July. As we look back at some of the action here, stepping in with that backhand.
I don't think that performance back in July was a bad performance, but
me neither. No, not at all.
Very critical of themselves,
and that's what's interesting, isn't it? How fighters know what they're capable of.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you've been sparring really well, or sometimes your coaches have been working on something specific, and you may have got it right on point in training, and then when it doesn't transfer over to fight night, you can be annoyed with yourself. And I think that's what he felt, that he got dragged into a fight when he didn't need to, and he could have boxed better. Absolutely nothing wrong with the performance, but he just knew he could do better. And he'll want to, and I think he is doing tonight.
Yeah, he is. He is probably a lot more controlled. He's not allowing himself to get drawn into the crowd. The last one was at the O2, probably a bigger occasion, different venue. Atmosphere was different. He wanted to put on a little bit of a show, but you can only do what your opponent allows you to do, to be honest. So.
And Ali isn't one of those spoiler type opponents, as I said at the beginning. He won't just try and grab on and or tuck up and a mix between the two. He'll be evasive. He'll use that head movement. He'll be a bit cheeky and sort of invite you on and then try and catch you. He's like I say, he's a wily character. And look at him here. He's not tight with his guard. He's relying on his reflexes.
Yeah, that's true.
Giving Muldowney, he presents the opening, but they're not really there. He's just looking to counter you, so he's not really one of those that'll draw you into a scrap anyway. Just looking for those openings, and this is why he's a good opponent, Ali, because you can't just tee off on him. You've got to be thoughtful about your attacks, because he is waiting to embarrass you if he can. That's why Muldowney's just got to be sensible with his approach. Can't just wade in.
Good shot.
Good work to the body from Muldowney, and then back up again. Just tap in with that jab, just to use it as a range finder. Ali in that southpaw stance, you can feel he's just waiting. No openings as of yet though from Muldowney. He's doing well defensively as he goes to work to the body there. Sinking them in with both hands. Took them well, Ali. Evasive defensive work there from Ali.
Good job.
Lovely work to the body, and that was a great response from Muldowney, that if there's all that head movement and you can't pin them, then straight to the body, and just got caught with a jab there. But yet again, another good round from Muldowney.
Yeah, I agree.
This is the third fight together with Bobby Mills and Conor Ward, and that's a big decision to make. He did train with Barry Healy, and it's a big decision to change gym and trainers this early in a career. I mean, at any stage, arguably, in a career it is.
Yeah, I mean, you never know what's going on, behind closed doors or in the gym, or how a fighter feels with, their progress in the gym. Maybe he'd learned everything he felt like he could learn off his former coach, and felt like he needed a change. I know Bobby Mills and Conor Ward are very tactical, very technical with their approach to boxing, and maybe he felt like that was the best, option for him at this stage in his career. So.
Ginge Junior written across the waistband of Muldowney's shorts. And certainly Ginger Ninja of sorts tonight, because going about the task well so far. Flicking out that jab, and I've seen fighters really struggle with Ali, and you can see why. Denzel, can't you? Because he's a little bit different to a lot of the away fighters that you'll come up against, in that he does rely on his reflexes. He's trying to draw you in, and it's something different, isn't it?
Yeah, he's not a typical tuck up and survive type of guy, type fighter. He's in there, like you said earlier, you pointed out earlier, he's not tapped with his guard at all. He is here when Louie's on the attack. But when they're just like sort of both, fencing, his hands are kind of away from himself, and he's waiting for you to fall in so he can make you look silly a little bit. And
135 fights he's had.
130, that's a lot of experience.
He's won 3, drawn 1, and of his 131 losses, been stopped 7 times.
That's crazy. Oh, good shot there.
He's had 13 fights this year, so he's busy.
He is busy, very busy.
Had his last win in May, 4th round stoppage of Leo Phantom, and let's go back to 2019 for that draw against Jack Newham. Got 3 fights lined up though between now and Christmas, so very, very active, that's for sure. Definitely easier ways to learning the living, aren't they? But he's one of those fighters who thrives on this and really enjoys himself. I mean, he does call himself the show saver, but he's quite a showman, isn't he? Like, he does like to put on a show. He kind of enjoys the showmanship element of boxing, doesn't he?
Yeah, he got caught with a backhand by Muldowney, and he just started talking to him after that. Probably, I don't know.
Cheeky little uppercut in there as well. And again, you very rarely see that with an away fighter. Hands low, using the reflexes to counter with an uppercut. He poses something different, and Muldowney's really dealt with him well. Can be a tricky customer. What would you be telling Muldowney to do at this stage? Because he is difficult to pin down, but he has had plenty of success, Muldowney, hasn't he?
He has. I tell him to just keep doing what he's doing, but just be more dominant with that jab. I think when Muldowney's throwing his jab, that's when he's more dominant. He's having the most success. The jab just finds everything off the jab. But sometimes when he comes in and he starts to try to find a combination, it may look a bit messy. But he just needs to set everything from his jab. Don't rush in, because he wants to make you fall in and look silly. Take your time. Everything off the jab. I think I just keep it simple like that.
The nice combinations that he was putting together there, as we saw in the replay. It was good work from Muldowney, and when he does get the opportunity to let his hands go, that is one thing he's good at, isn't he? Choosing the right shots at the right time.
He's got fast hands. He's got fast hands, so it works out for him. But at the start of every round, he comes out of a dominant jab, and then he kind of goes away from that as the round goes on. Right here, every time he's setting up that everything with that lead hand, it's just lovely.
I guess one of the important aspects of that jab when he's dominant with it is it doesn't allow Ali that time to posture.
Exactly, yeah.
And draw him in and do his antics. So it was a good jab from Ali there in return, but good response from Muldowney also. And I like that work when he has Ali up against the ropes, how he mixes it upstairs and downstairs.
That is good work.
Good variety.
But then look there, he's just coming with his hands up, and then he's allowing Ali to just throw, a combination at him. Good
it's there, isn't it? Just that second too long waiting, but still a good reply from Muldowney. As soon as that glove of Ali connected with the side of his head, he was firing back, and again, as we see here, not just wasting shots to the gloves and the arms of Ali, is finding those openings.
He's got to start throwing that jab from here, this distance.
this just allows Ali that time to assess everything, doesn't it? And download that data in front of him and be reactive rather than proactive. That's better for Muldowney.
That is good.
I'd just like to see him with some of these body shots just take that little step first with that right foot to really get purchase on it, rather than throwing it from that more upright position.
Yeah.
So it's more of an arm shot. I'd like to see him
sitting there a little bit and
get in a position where he can really sink it in. Because the placement is bang on point, isn't it?
It is.
This is good for Muldowney. It's sustained pressure, and Ali finding himself having to tuck up and hold now. Haven't seen him have to do that previously.
Get back on that jab from here. Lovely.
Don't want to wait too long with Ali.
Shot.
But he doesn't. Lovely 1-2 from Muldowney there. And again with that backhand.
He's got Ali hurt here.
Works to the body, Ali having to hold on.
He's got to take that little half a step back when he's throwing combinations, because then Ali will fall short trying to hold. But that was good work there from Muldowney.
Still 30 seconds remaining in this fourth round, and Muldowney really piling on the pressure now. Good work again behind that solid jab, which Denzel has been.
When he just stops swinging like that, that's when it gets messy and risky and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got to keep it neat, nice and tidy.
Just a rush of blood to the head sometimes, isn't there, when you sort of lose it in the moment. And you know, at this level, you're generally going to get away with it. At a higher level, that one tiny slip and that could be it. The margins are so fine.
Yeah, they are. You can't afford to make so many mistakes.
But this was a good round for Muldowney when he put his shots together. He really looked like he could hurt Ali, and he did sustain the pressure for long periods there, and Ali finding himself having to resort to tucking up and even at times just holding on.
That there with that lead hand and then the backhand right on the chin of Ali. That was a good shot. And when he lets his hands go here, when he's unloading in the corner, throw 3 or 4, take half a step back and then go again. But when you get too greedy and you try to throw 3 or 4 and then go again, that's when Ali holds and spoils his work.
Yeah, and he's a slick fighter, Ali, and he had to hold on the ugly way there at times, just literally grabbing onto the waist of Muldowney and doing whatever it took just to get his head in a safe position round his waist and hang on.
Good jab.
Muldowney sharp with that jab again in the opening stages of this round. He needs to sustain that because he can build everything off the back of that, and it does deny Ali the chance to posture and drop his hands and draw Muldowney on. Can't get any rhythm or set himself, Ali, if Muldowney's busy with that jab. This is nice from Muldowney.
It is.
Little flurry.
It's a great start to
showing
this round.
His hand speed. He's looking confident now as he drops his hands and goes in pursuit of Ali. Got him in the corner now, and those are telling shots. Ali having to grab on. This ring will begin to feel smaller and smaller and smaller for Ali as Muldowney cutting the ring off and just stepping to his man at every opportunity. And when he does it behind that jab, there's nowhere for Ali to go other than to close that space and hold on. Muldowney not allowing him to do that here though, as he just takes a shot of his own, but then a reply with a flurry of hooks. Just not quite finding the angle at times to get those body shots off Muldowney.
Yeah, he's not. If you realise, when he's trying to throw them, Ali's moving out the way. He needs to cut the ring off. His corner are screaming for him to cut off. He's kind of following, so he's ending up being at the end of the shots most of the time. If he cuts that and, just, like you said, just puts that right foot in there and dips under, he'd catch it. That right there, if he stepped to his right, Ali wouldn't be able to turn him onto the ropes.
And that's the interesting thing with boxing, isn't it? It rarely is it massive adjustments that are required.
Yeah.
It's a tiny step, an inch one way, or a centimetre the head moving another, and it makes all the difference. But such is the nuance of experience and quality.
Yeah.
That's what the difference can be.
Literally, like you said, the margins are so fine. It's never anything drastic or anything crazy. Muldowney's best round for me.
Well, final round coming up, and I think I'm expecting us to be in for a really, really good final round here, because Ali will fancy himself to catch Muldowney if he's going to come in pursuit of him, but Muldowney will really want to finish this one strong and give the crowd plenty to cheer about. He's had a great reception here tonight.
He has.
You can just see there, that was an example of that right hand to the body from Muldowney, throwing it from that position where he was sort of straight in front of him, instead of just taking that little step to the right perhaps, and then loading up with that shot. Because it looks like he has good power in those body shots, but if he could just get the leverage by just stepping round.
Yeah, I see about there. It's just a lot of arm shots. If he just steps into that with that right leg, brings it round a little bit, and he sinks into it, it'll have a lot more effect.
It's interesting because some fighters can throw body shots that absolutely cripple people.
Yeah.
From, you know, mid to long range sometimes, and they just have that leverage in those long arms and get the whip on it. But other fighters, they do need just to take that little step to really sink it in. It's just differs between styles and body types.
Yeah, literally.
I think he'd be one of those that would benefit from just that little step. But in a clinch now up against the ropes, and Muldowney will be keen to have a good finish to this. It's been a really good performance from him against a savvy Naeem Ali. Always entertaining, the man from Blackburn. Just winding up that backhand, Muldowney.
You can really see Muldowney getting frustrated with the antics of Ali right now. Ali's
spinning him round, isn't he?
Yeah.
And that was better footwork initially to cut him off then, wasn't it? But then Ali just finding a way out. See if he can trap him up against the ropes here. It's a really difficult skill as well to be able to pick your shots, throw your shots, and also be aware of the need to take that little step at times. It's a lot to be processing all at once. No doubt about that, but it is something that Muldowney's capable of, and he's shown that.
Definitely.
A lovely little uppercut right through the middle there for Muldowney. On the inside, as we inside the final minute. Just trying to trap Ali in the corner. Inside the final 30 now. Muldowney, sometimes that flurry is effective, but sometimes you're better off just throwing fewer shots, but where you're really selecting them carefully. Good shots from both fighters there. Both enjoying eating a couple of shots there for some reason at the end. There's a nod of approval, a mutual respect between the two, and yet again another really entertaining fight.
Yeah,
completely different mix, from what we've seen before, but intriguing all the same, Dens.
Yeah, most definitely, man. It was good for both fighters. Muldowney was very good with his punch selection. He was mixing up head and body, and Ali was just trying his best to spoil his work, but it gelled. It made for a good fight.
It certainly did, and I'm sure Muldowney will be happy. He'll know there's things to improve on, isn't there always?
Yeah.
But I'm sure he'll be happy with that performance tonight. Let's get our official announcements from our MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, what a contest. Please give these two fighters a huge round of applause. And we go to the referee scorecards. Your winner with a score of 60 points to 54, Louie Muldowney.
Well, in the background, you could probably hear Journey with Don't Stop Believing as Muldowney moves to 6-0. Just 20 years old, remember, so lots and lots of time to take care with his development. They'll be conscious of how they're matching him, and he's got plenty of time to grow as well. Just 20 years old, won't have his full man strength yet.
Yeah.
Physically, Dens, will he?
No, most definitely, man. And he's a welterweight. That's a very solid division. They're very strong, powerful. So you want to just be careful with him. Just keep guiding him correctly. You don't want to throw him into anything so soon. He's only 20 years old. He's got years and years ahead of him.
He's made a good start, that's for sure, as he goes 6-0 now, the man from Kent, and I'm sure we'll be happy with that performance to get the win and do so in style as he makes his way ringside. He's just having a few more photographs now with some young fans, which is good to see. And this, of course, is where they can take their inspiration. Plenty to come here. 2 fights remaining. Ergal Alazai and Oral Ignat on the way. Cruiser and heavyweight divisions, so don't go anywhere. And Louie Muldowney is now ringside with Melissa.
Moved to 6-0. How are you feeling after that fantastic win?
Yeah, good. I'm happy. I got the 6 rounds in against a very, very tough opponent. I was rushing my work a little bit, but yeah, happy to get the rounds in. I thought it wasn't too much of a bad performance.
No, it was a really good performance. I thought that your shot selection was really good. The work down to the body, particularly, was really good. You're really digging those shots in. That was your second 6-rounder.
Second 6-rounder, yeah.
So how does that feel, obviously, now that you're kind of getting used to the longer time in there?
Do you know what it is? I get a little bit excited. I start landing a couple shots and rushing, throw bloody a million shots, and then gas myself out a little bit. But I need to learn that it's obviously when I turn into an 8-10 round fighter, I've got to take my time, look for the punches, and then the knockout will eventually come instead of rushing it. But
I mean, the thing about you, Louie, is I think I've seen most of your fights now. Yeah. You've always been a very slick, very dominant, very come-forward boxer, and I feel like as you develop further, that will just come more and more to the surface.
Yeah, 100%. I just need to keep going back into the gym, listening to Bobby, listening to Connor. I wasn't listening too much today. I was getting a little bit stuck in. We're in the changing room. They're telling me to get back on the shots and pick them, but obviously rushed in a little bit, but plenty of stuff to go back to gym and work on.
Yeah, you've not long been down at Afawi under the tutelage of Bobby Mills. Yeah. How do you feel your style is developing?
Good. I'm learning every day down the gym. I'm learning with Bobby, learning with Connor. I've got a good stable around me, so I'm learning every single day. I'm in the gym 5-6 times a week, so yeah, listen, I've just got to keep improving, keep earning my stripes in the sport, and eventually push on for some titles next year.
Yeah, of course. So we're towards the end of 2024 now. Do you see yourself back out before the end of the year, or are you looking for a big 2025?
Yeah, potentially I could be back out at the end of the year. Obviously, everyone knows it's hard, and me being a ticket seller, I'd like to say a big thank you to everyone that's bought a ticket for me today, spending their hard-earned money. But yeah, listen, maybe potentially at the end of the year, if not, a very busy 2025, another 4 fights.
Listen, we look absolutely forward to seeing you back in action. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Back to you at ringside.
So let's look back on some of those highlights there for Louie Muldowney, who goes 6-0. Right, 2 fights left to go, and we're on to the big fellas. Let's get the introductions from our MC this evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, bout number 9 on your card this evening. Please welcome to the ring, Christian Uwaka.
Christian the Cracker Uwaka, a great boxing alias, it has to be said. He transitioned from basketball, where he played in Italy. The 39-year-old from Portsmouth is 4 fights in with 1 win and 3 losses. Fought here a few weeks ago for the debut of Gideon Antwi and gave him a tricky 4 rounds.
And his opponent this evening, please welcome to the ring, Erga Bisha.
In the villain then, walking out, Ergal Elazai Bisha translates as the Beast in Albanian. The 22-year-old lives in Uxbridge, London. His parents came to the UK in the late 90s and he's been fighting since the age of 7. He got his pro career off to a good start in March with a points win against Jake Darnell, and he'll be looking to extend that and go 2-0 this evening here at York Hall.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following contest will be 6 rounds in the heavyweight division, and it will feature the man to my left making his 5th professional appearance, weighing in at 219 pounds from Portsmouth, Christian Uwaka. And his opponent this evening, the man facing him across the ring, he's undefeated, making his 2nd professional appearance, weighing in at 263 pounds from Uxbridge via Albania, Erga Bisha Eza. Your referee, Mr. Mark Baines.
Let's set this a break. Take a step back immediately. Punches up. Obey my commands. Take yourselves at full. Good luck to both gents.
263 pounds then. Bisha, the Beast, fights out of the Neilson Boxing Club with his coach Xavier Miller. He certainly is a beast. He's in the black shorts. With the yellow writing, Bisha across his waistband, and Uwaka also in black shorts but with the all gold waistband, and Uwaka gets to work with that jab, and that's going to be an important weapon for him tonight to keep the Beast at bay. But how long for? We've seen Uwaka in action before. He's here for the debut of Gideon Antwi. And he did give him a tricky 4 rounds. And the week before that, he dropped Toby Vermeer in the second round. So he's 1-3-0 at the moment. He's been stopped once, and he's won his only win was a stoppage as well. So interesting start, and he is 39 years old, the man from Portsmouth. But Denzel is in great shape and transitioned from basketball where he played in Italy, and you can tell he's very athletic, isn't he?
Yeah, to be honest, when you said that first, I was good right hand from Bisha, but I was thinking to myself, he was very athletic, and then you said, you know, he came from a basketballing background, he played in Italy, and I thought that makes sense. You don't really get heavyweights in this sort of shape nowadays, and I thought he does look really athletic, so it makes sense, his background.
He'll certainly want to be using those long arms and that reach of his, Uwaka, to keep Bisha on the end of that jab where he can, because he can certainly hit, and anybody with 263 pounds weight behind the gloves, you're going to feel it. So good head movement from Uwaka. Tends to be quite upright, Uwaka, but he is tricky, and as I say, he made it really difficult for Gideon Antwi on his debut, and he's had lots of amateur experience.
Yeah.
As has Elazai as well, so you really feel them thud when the heavyweights let those hands go, don't you? You can feel it from every corner of the hall. Unlike in any other weight division, when the big men land, you can feel the ripple effect of it as Elazai just banging his gloves together, and wild swing with the right, miss, but he landed the left, and Uwaka just having to scramble his way through the closing stages of that opening round. His coach, Xavier Miller, says he never misses training. Took him out to Portugal as part of the Dillian White camp, and he was been really pleased with his dedication so far. Says it was a good debut, but it's what happened next that matters. And he's really keen for him to get this experience on the small hall scene. He doesn't want to step him up before he's sort of earned his stripes here, which is good to hear from a coach, isn't it?
Yeah, because I think nowadays everyone just gets too caught up in the big time boxing. I mean, you're not giving these fighters their chance to learn their trade and make the mistakes here. You're already putting them under that pressure of being on telly and thousands of fans and being on the big stages, and it doesn't really help them develop. He gets comfortable in the ring here doing these small hall shows that you'll call, and all of these things. When he steps up, he's already had that. He's comfortable, he's in the ring now, so I think that's good from his coach.
There's a big difference stepping up straight to the big shows. The whole production is different, the fight week's different.
Exactly,
the amount of cameras there, the heat alone. You know, you'll know that from you know the heat of the lights and all those media duties. It's different demands, so it's good to earn the stripes and earn that as well.
No, most definitely.
To deserve to be there, because you've put your graft in and done your apprenticeship, so to speak.
It feels better. It feels earned, not just like, okay, I just had a chance here. It feels like you've earned the right to be there.
Well, these two are certainly adding enough jeopardy to this, because again we have a situation where some of these shots are just missing by a whisker, and the crowd, you can feel that they're aware of that tension. It's just poised, isn't it? That any second one shot can land and it can all be over. That's what you just can't take your eyes off with the heavyweights, because just one of these lands and that's it. It can be good night.
Yeah, that's it.
Just don't know when it's going to come. You can almost feel, can't you, the nervous energy from the crowd, because
it's
you can feel it coming.
Yeah. It feels like we're one shot away from the fight.
He gets really good twist on his torso, Elazai, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
You know, for a big man, not that agile on his feet,
but
the movement is his torso. He can really whip the shots, and therefore he takes the momentum. If he's thrown the right, the left whips over, doesn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
And he tends to leave that lead hand low, Uwaka, even when they're both throwing up close. It does leave him really vulnerable.
He leaves him very
if he can
vulnerable.
just spot that Elazai and lands, then that'll be it.
He's got to throw like a looping overhand over the top, and he probably just land right on the top of the head.
This one is scheduled for 6, but
probably won't go that far.
Just can't see it going that way, but you never know. Sometimes they can fatigue and there isn't quite that pummeling effect in the shots, but still, as I say, £263 is going to feel heavy any time of night, isn't it?
It is.
Can't afford to switch off Uwaka. The beast in front of him all the time, ready to let those hands go, and it's those overhand shots that are really dangerous for Uwaka. Can't afford to leave his chin in the air, and when he throws, he's no regard for defence, has he?
No regard for defence.
Which makes it exciting, but it's a worry for him. How is he standing up to some of those shots?
Wow.
Goodness me. I honestly don't know how he took that backhand at the end there.
I don't know how.
Wow. It doesn't seem to be too discombobulated by it whatsoever, though, Uwaka, as he takes to his stool, takes a few deep breaths and seems really chilled and calm.
He seems calm, and then you got Elisa just standing in the corner waiting for the next round. I mean, yeah, interesting.
It certainly is. Well, Don Charles speaks very highly of Elazai, actually, and seen a couple of social media videos where he's been in the gym and really heaping praise on him and saying he's one to watch for the future, and high praise indeed from somebody who's been there and done it, and obviously very much in the public eye, certainly in boxing terms of late, Don Charles.
Yeah, most definitely.
Thanks to that Dubois win. Shocked everybody. So that bodes well, getting that kind of those kind of compliments. Represented the Boxing IQ Academy in the London Development Finals. He lost that final, Elazai, but has that amateur experience from which to draw from under his belt. But chance of Bisha from the crowd. Good uppercut from Uwaka on the inside, but very difficult to really trouble a huge lump like Elazai, isn't it? No matter what you land. That is a really, really big unit to move, isn't it? Takes one on the chin again, Uwaka, but somehow just absorbing these.
Like you said earlier about Elazai, he's got very good lateral movement. He just kind of twists his body, turns, catches the shots, comes back, and he doesn't look too fatigued for the shots he's throwing, if that makes sense. Like a lot of guys that are that big, 263 pounds, that's a lot of weight to carry. He's not throwing these punches sloppy. They look nice and crisp.
It's a nice jab from Elazai as well, isn't it? It's not just relying on those hooks up close. He's accurate and snappy with that jab, but that was a good exchange between them. This one is on a knife edge, isn't it?
It is.
It's palpable, the tension in here. The crowd just waiting for that big shot so they can get on the feet and scream the lungs out, and they feel that Bisha is getting closer. Uwaka has absorbed some heavy shots from him, but nothing to deter him too much so far. Just relying Uwaka on that Mayweather style defence, and it's risky, isn't it?
It is risky.
That low hand and that just bobbing and weaving away and hoping that's enough, and you just feel it's a dangerous path to tread. Good work from both of them.
Literally.
Still leaving themselves wide open though in these exchanges, but certainly makes an exciting matchup. And they're interesting, these heavyweight contests.
Yeah.
Because sometimes if you don't get an early knockout, then a variety of things can happen later on, because unlike with the lower weights, you always know that big shot could come.
Yeah.
Up until the very last bell, even if they look absolutely exhausted out on the feet, they can still muster one big shot and that is it.
Yeah.
Or they can become really fatigued and not a great deal happens, but you're still really intrigued because you know it could come. It's only when you look back on it and you go, that wasn't so good, but at the time you're totally absorbed in it.
Yeah. But I mean, there's so much weight behind them punches that even if it isn't too heavy and one of them are so fatigued that it lands, just the weight of their own body is going to take them down, and to get back up is just going to be a long day just getting back up. But in those exchanges, I have to say, Elisa looks more comfortable. Iwaka's probably putting a lot more into it. It looks a lot more sluggish. And
Elisa
just
he
looks
puts
more
his
comfortable.
shots together as well, as we've just seen in those replays. It's nice combinations.
Oh, good.
That was a good lead, and that was good, wasn't it? Just choosing to counter instead on that occasion, because he knows Iwaka's open for it. Fourth round of a scheduled 6. And I don't think a great deal's going to change from either of them, but we could well see a big shot, and you could feel that one, you could hear it echo around your call, that as it just sunk into the skin of Iwaka round his midriff. And Elazai, all 263 pounds of him, launching his way forward as the chants of Bisha once again ring out around the hall. Who's going to pull the trigger first? Just a standoff now, but when they go, they'll let the hands go, but end up in a tangle. A little bit scrappy on the inside here, and you just feel sometimes instead of throwing 5 shots that are just landing on the gloves and maybe just tapping, 2 big shots would be better.
Yeah.
In fact, when the 2 shots from a heavyweight might well just be enough. I do think Iwaka's done well here though, because he's got limited experience, Stenson. This is only his 5th fight.
Yeah.
He's in there with a huge man, isn't he, who's pummeling his way and doing his best to knock him out. And on the limited experience he's got, I think he's done really well at, absorbing the shots he's taken, giving a bit of his own, and nullifying the threat that Elazai poses.
Yeah, most definitely. He's been trying to push him back too, and just keep Elazai on the back foot, and just throw as many, not as many, but just throw as many powerful punches as he can. And Elazai, with that, like you were saying, that amateur experience, and he's a big man, and he's trying his best to knock him down and walk through him. Iwaka's done well to be on his feet here still.
You'd see a little bit of fatigue setting in here. That point you can get to when your mind is telling you what shots to throw and your body just can't respond. Although you're desperately trying to. They're both trying to muster that next bit of energy, and Elazai finds it now as he lets his hands go, puts a couple of combinations together. We may just find that both these fighters hear the final bell in this one, but who knows? 6 minutes is a long time in any fight, but certainly with the heavyweights. And look at some of this action back here, and as we've been saying, that upper body mobility and twists and turns of Elazai and that was like a lazy backhand, wasn't it, over the top? If he'd have really turned his hip and put it through that, that could have been the shot to end the night, couldn't it? But that's what happens just as you get tired. You can see that his brain has seen that opening and alerted his body to it, but it couldn't react in the way that we were seeing perhaps in the first round. completely different specimens, these two, physically, but there's different types of demands on these types of bodies, aren't there?
Exactly,
The more muscular physique of Iwaka, it's a lot of oxygen to get to the muscles, but then Elazai, you know, he's a big man, isn't he? So thrusting yourself forward again and again is going to sap your energy. So
yeah, you still got to carry that weight, no matter what it looks like.
And it's been fought at a decent pace.
It has been, yeah, it has been.
So you know, it's they're bound to be feeling the pace of it now, but
and
both feel that they're still in this, won't they?
Yeah. Good uppercut there from Iwaka, just on the inside.
He's just nicked that a couple of times, hasn't he? Where he's just sneaked that uppercut through the guard of. But again, if he really turns into that, and that was a nice screw shot from him there. That found its way through. Just rocked the head back of Elazai, and he'll just be a little bit cute to that now and adjust his guard accordingly, you would think.
I mean, even though that lead hand of Iwaka's low, he's using the shoulder well to bounce the right hands off him. So
yeah, he absolutely is.
Oh, the left hook's a good shot for Elazai though. That's finding home. It's found home a few times.
Elazai just trying to mix it up, body and head, but good response from Iwaka. Battle of the Beards, this one, isn't it? You must go to the same barber, I think, these two.
Good shot. Good shot.
There goes the gum shield of Iwaka.
I mean, Elazai could have kept throwing it. The ref hadn't called it yet. I mean, his gum shield product, that's his problem. And that's what his corner was just sending him to.
Crowd really getting behind Elazai now, just trying to infuse him with their energy, and they have done, because he steps in, stamps that front foot down and lets his hands go. And there's that twist again that we've been missing the last couple of rounds, as he loads up, twists those hips and gets that torso right behind those shots, landing those hooks. But Iwaka once again managing to absorb the pressure, ride out the storm. A little standoff there, perhaps a gentleman's agreement to both take a little breather momentarily. Some of these shots, goodness me, if they land you can't help but think there's no going back from there, but both managed to hear the bell through to the final round. But what's in store for these final 3 minutes? And again, we're seeing some of that work from Elazai on the inside, and it really does get some good whip on those shots for a big man.
Yeah, his work inside has been good.
And there was that right hand that meant that the gum shield flew from the mouth of Iwaka. But as you say, Denz, I mean, that's a decent defensive display from Iwaka there. I mean, he was able to catch all of those shots, either with that lead rolling shoulder or the glove, wasn't he? Right then, 3 minutes left. Final round as these heavyweights get ready to just try and summon the remaining energy inside them and see if they can find that crucial shot.
Where it's the last round, we're probably going to see them use that last little burst of energy to just leave it all on the line. So I think we're in for a treat this round. Some of these shots are just missing by literally inches.
You can literally feel the collective intake of breath from the crowd sometimes as these big shots are landing, and you're wondering, will there be that one big shot that finishes things as Uwaka nearly finds his left club up in the balcony then for a moment, but Elazai just trying to put some shots together, but Uwaka takes the space and just holds on. 2 minutes remaining.
Oh, good
Who
shots
can
there
find that
inside.
last burst of energy? Elazai now mounting an attack. Uwaka back behind the jab, fires back with a 1-2 of his own. Finds a way through with that uppercut once again. That's been a good shot for him at times during this contest. Not been able to make it pay, but he has landed it. It's knocked the head back of Elazai on a couple of occasions. Looping backhand from Uwaka. Shots and blows landing from all angles here. Into the final minute now. This really has been an intriguing contest, and credit to both men who've... Oh, huge shot there from Elazai. How on earth did Uwaka stay standing? He is in trouble here.
He is in trouble.
Legs like concrete for a moment there.
Elazai just fell in a bit.
His legs are betraying him now. He's still on unsteady legs, Uwaka. Elazai senses that, pushes him back up against the ropes. Tries to capitalise, but Uwaka just tying him up enough to weather the storm for now.
Good shot again by Elazai.
Uwaka leaving himself open. Elazai again catches him now with that lead hand, steps forward. Uwaka just trying to hold him off.
Shots.
What a finish this has been to a really intense heavyweight contest.
Wow.
And credit to both men who invested a great deal in all of those 6 rounds, and you couldn't take your eyes off it. But a good performance from Elazai there. Uwaka more than played his part.
Definitely.
But Elazai having the better success with the more effective and telling shots there.
Yeah, most definitely, I agree with that. A good fight for both men.
Look at everything that Uwaka was investing into those shots there though. Missed with the last one, but the ones prior to that, he put absolutely everything into them. And then we see now, in response, Elazai giving some back, and now Uwaka again. It was you go, I go. Really impressive stuff. Let's get the announcement for MC Mike
Ladies
Connolly.
and gentlemen, before we go any further, can we have a round of applause for these two warriors? And after 6 all-action rounds, we go to the referee scorecards. Your winner, with a score of 58 points to 56, and still undefeated, Bykhautsou.
Well, another example of a contest early in a fighter's career. Only his 2nd professional fight, but he will have taken a great deal from that, because Uwaka really asked questions of Elazai, but he was able to answer them, putting some great shots together, and you can see exactly why his coach Xavier Miller and the likes of Don Charles have spoken so highly of him, Denzel.
Yeah, no, most definitely, man. A lot of the inside work, the lateral movement, it was just good. It was lovely to see, especially from, you know, a guy of that size. Especially from a guy of that size. I mean, it was just nice and elusive. Uwaka just kept putting the pressure on and making him, you know, answer some questions. And like you said, he did. He came out of there, you know, victorious. And it was a good scrap. He will learn a lot from that, and he gets to move forward.
It certainly was. And we're seeing some of those shots that were making us all hold our breath for a second during that fight, because you just felt that at any time one of those big shots landed and it'd all be over. But it wasn't to be. We had 6 great entertaining rounds And now Elazai is ringside with Melissa.
Ergol Elazaj, an incredible return back to the ring. It's been a while since you've been in there. How does it feel getting those 6 rounds under your belt?
Feels amazing. It's been a while since I've been in the ring. Now that I got those rounds back under the belt, I can start working, start bringing back old skills and that, and it will be good for the next one better.
So the last time you were back in the ring was March 2023, if I'm not mistaken. You had an absolutely emphatic debut. What was the reason for such a delay to come back?
Stuff happen outside the ring. It's busy, it's work, life, stuff can get on top of you, but now I'm 100% focused. I'm in the sport and I'm in it to win everything.
We love that. You bring such a massive crowd out with you every time that you turn up. What does it mean to you to have such support in the building?
I'm so appreciative to all my fans, my family, everyone that comes out to me. So I'm going to speak Albanian. Faleminderit të gjithë shqiptarët që kanë ardhur. Tifozllëku ju, e kam në zemër që tan jetën. Faleminderit gjithmonë. Jam krenar për ballsinë e madhe, për këtë. Faleminderit shumë tonë që kanë ardhur.
I don't know what you said, but it sounded really heartfelt and I loved it. For those of you that don't know, Ez and I used to train at IQ together. We actually fought on an amateur show together. We've come a long way. Ez, what is it for you? You know, obviously the amateurs is a really different game. What is the difference between the amateurs and the pros?
In the pros, I can take my time a little bit more. You can pick a little bit more shots. You can work with it a little bit more. You can understand the technicality of boxing a lot more in the pros. Amateurs are very fast paced. So you have 3 rounds to get the job done. Here we can work, we can check, we can make improvements whilst we're going.
Your opponent, really good test, I think, for you over those 6 rounds. You know, he was come forward. He wasn't someone that was negative in any way, shape or form. I really felt that in that last round, you were just on the brink of getting him out of there. Do you feel that that's a fair assessment?
Yeah, it was, but again, I'm always going to be my biggest critic. I should have got him out of there. He's a great fighter. No, nothing to do with how he fights. It's just me. I always expect more, and so does coach. We always want to work to the best outcome in every fight. Hopefully next time we get stoppers and keep going.
You're under the tutelage of Xavier Miller. Obviously Xavier's got a wealth of experience. Zav, why don't you tell us some of the advice that you were giving Ez from the corner?
Yeah, I wanted him to work his left hook a bit more because he kept throwing overhand rights and the guy was kind of shying away from them. So I wanted to use a double left hook. He started doing that. Was getting to him towards the end of the 4th, kind of let it go in the 5th and then picked it back up in the 6th. I think he just needs to sit down his punches a bit more, but technically he's one of the best out there at the moment. He can catch and shoot really easy and he's fun to watch.
He does the difficult stuff incredibly well. Ez, you also always have your dad with you, supporting you. Dad, how does it feel seeing Ez back in the ring?
So proud. I'm really proud, you know. I feel very, very proud of him and his coach and all the supports, Albanian, you know. I love, you know. Shumë faleminderit për tanë shqiptarët që më kanë support, ata të më supportin, edhe inshallah me 30 nënor do vim prap këto, me fjalë ka neshin tjetër. Mirë, gjithmonë përshëndetje tanë shqiptarëve. Everybody, thank you.
Everybody. Guys, cannot wait to see Ez back in action. Congratulations again. Looking forward to seeing you.
Nice to see you again. Thank you very much.
Back to you at ringside.
Just looking over some of those action shots there from Elazai. What a great performance from him, and a reminder that on November the 2nd, Cayman Islands 2, Conor McIntosh and Mandeep Jangra for the WBF title, Katie Healy and Ashley Johnson for the Commonwealth silver, Michael Dasmarinas and Eduardo Esquivel for the WBF title, and Mikey Harrison and Vincent Alejandro in a light heavyweight contest. November the 2nd, Cayman Islands 2 on FightZone and TalkSport. Final event of the evening now, contest of the evening either. It's another heavyweight contest, 6-3s. Let's get our official introductions from our MC this evening, Mike Connolly.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for your main event of the evening. Bout number 10 on your card. Please welcome to the ring, Louie Bykhautsou.
Tough as they come, the 37-year-old Bykhautsou from Belarus, just 4 fights this year, all in the UK. And last time out, faced
And
Magic
his
Matty
opponent
Harris
this
on the
evening.
Wasserman show in
Please
Bolton.
welcome to the ring, Ignat.
Well, this is the man with 7 wins, all by stoppage. Just the 1 out in this year. That came in April against Nathan Juna. He's boxed here twice before at York Hall and was due to fight here in July. That didn't come off. He and his team have been calling out Vaughan Miller, who fought Lewis Oakford for the Commonwealth silver title here earlier this month. If he can make a statement here, then he may well be on course for that showdown with Miller next time out.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your main event of the evening. 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. Right here, right now, the time to shine. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? The following contest. Introducing the man to my left, making his 45th professional appearance, weighing 214 pounds, from Gomel, Belarus, Louie Bykhautsou. And his opponent this evening, the man facing him across the ring, he's undefeated, making his 8th professional appearance, weighing in at 207 pounds, from Wembley, via Romania, Orian Ignat. Your referee, Mr. Sean McAvoy.
Okay, lads, 6-round contest. Keep it clean at all times, keep yourself tight at all times. Touch close, here we go. Good luck, lads.
Well, last time out, Louie Bykhautsou, who's in the blue shorts with the white waistband, fought Matty Harris on the Wasserman show on Channel 5. He was stopped in the 2nd round, but Matty Harris is 6'8", so towered above him, and he gave away £40 in that fight. So he is a man who was willing to take on almost anybody and fight his way through, but he's up against it here with Orian Ignat, Moldovan born, Romanian nationality, but lives in Wembley in London. 7 wins, all by way of stoppage.
I mean, Ignat, of course, stablemate of mine, 4 cruiserweight, fast hands, very fast hands, and he does carry power, obviously, as his record shows. So it'll be interesting how he deals with this contest, especially as is at heavyweight. Does the power carry through? Is he as effective?
And Bykhautsou might be the one to take him the rounds, potentially, because, as I say, last time out, gave away £40. Yes, it was stopped in the 2nd round, but in the 1st round, in the first part of the 2nd, he took some huge shots from a massive heavyweight at 6'8" and over £40 heavier.
£40 is a lot of weight, yeah.
Huge, absolutely huge. Yeah, Harris was £264 and Bykhautsou was 223, so it's an awful lot of weight,
Wow,
and
it is.
he stuck in there. Referee Mark Lyson stepped in eventually to stop it, but you never know, he could be the man, the first one to take Ignat the distance.
It could be, and it wouldn't do him any harm if it was, because, you know, he's probably hard to get matched, being 7-0, 7 KOs.
And does he, from what you know of, does he make the weight easily, or do you think he'll move to heavyweight eventually? 29 years old though, so probably at his optimal weight.
Yeah,
isn't he?
he makes it fairly well. I mean, everyone obviously struggles a bit to cut off the last couple of pounds or whatever it is, but I've never really heard him complain about, you know, fighting at cruiserweight and having to move up. I think he's quite comfortable, if I'm being honest.
Bykhautsou just walking into the fire, isn't he? Just keeps coming forward, that head down, business-like fashion. He really is tough though. He was out on his feet in that fight against Harris. You know, his legs had completely gone. They were like spaghetti legs. And he still got up and was, you know, he banged his gloves together. He was annoyed with himself. Put down twice, got up, ready to fight again, and Mark Lyson, rightly so, stepped in and didn't allow him to take any more unnecessary punishment, but he was ready to go right back into the flames.
Too tough for his own good.
He's really athletic cruiserweight as well, and of course this one at heavyweight, because Bykhautsou is a heavyweight, but he's, you know, whether it's cruiser or heavyweight, really athletic building.
Yeah, he is, and he's one of those guys as well. Like in the circuits and the sessions we have, you wouldn't think he's the cruiserweight. He flies through them. He's very, very fit. He's very athletic. He's got a good engine in him, very good engine in him, and like I said, fast
Some people are just massive flyweights, aren't they?
Basically, yeah.
They just look like a flyweight but bigger, and they have all that agility, that kind of engine. It's remarkable. And then others, it's just but boxing is one of the most unique sports in that way, that you can just never tell by looking at someone how good they're going to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Sports science has its place, but with a skill-based sport and something that can depend on your heart, your mettle, your grit, your determination, your boxing IQ, you just can't tell.
Yeah, you can't, it's true.
It's scheduled for 6-3s then. Ignat in the black shorts and Bykhautsou in the blue. Overhand right from Bykhautsou there that Ignat just got to be aware of. He's busy with that jab as well, which is good. He's not allowing Bykhautsou to really set his feet and throw those wild speculative shots.
Yeah, exactly.
Limiting them anyway.
Yeah, and that's a good thing about being busy with the jab in the lead hand. It doesn't give your opponent time to set you up with whatever shots they're trying to set you up with. You can see he's throwing a nice looping overhand right. He's got to find another way in now because he can't get past that lead hand.
Had his last win in 2017, Bykhautsou, but he's been a pro for 14 years, made his debut in 2010. He had a few wins early on in his career. Always interesting when fighters have been around for a long time who they've faced, and he, back in 2018, fought Robert Helenius.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That aged well,
Yeah,
to be fair.
it did.
I think that the jab has been really key for Ignat here, hasn't it? Because it's upset the rhythm of Bykhautsou, or at least stopped that constant plod coming forward, because he's not necessarily coming forward with any great intentions, but, you know, obviously he is a heavyweight, so if he slams one of those overhand shots and it happens to catch you,
yeah, you could be in trouble.
It's preferable to avoid it, isn't it? But just being busy with that jab is, well, it's nice work from Ignat though, as he ignited there and doubled up on that hook, and that was lovely work, and got that shot off at a really unusual angle as well, but composed again now and back to the jab. Just catches Bykhautsou coming in with that lead hand. And he just does come forward, doesn't he? It's steady and plodding, but not really a great deal of head movement or any feints. He just literally walks you down, doesn't
walks you down, probably just waiting for you to slow down and, you know, gas out, and then he's going to start looping over his big shots.
So you have to be busy. It forces you to be, really, because otherwise
it does.
He'll get there, plant his feet and just swing away.
Yeah, and I can see how this can dishearten, you know, certain fighters.
Mentally, it's tiring, isn't it?
Yeah.
Having someone just come at you constantly like that.
You throw a big shot and you think they're still here. Like mentally, it's like, oh, leave me alone. But you got to put up with it for however long the fight lasts.
Just took one back there, Ignat. It was nice double jab, but just neglected his defence on the way out. But a good finish to that round from him.
Yeah, he did. He just got caught in an exchange. For no, he didn't need to. He just needs to just keep. He's the you know, the rangier fighter. Keep on the end of that jab, make him miss, falling in. You know, trying to throw that overhand right. But yeah, good round nonetheless.
He's been in the UK 4 years, got British citizenship now, and been boxing for over 14 years. He was a national champion back in Moldova. He's got a kickboxing background, and sometimes you can tell, but you can't tell with him. Sometimes he tends to be a bit more bouncy on the feet, or at least when they start that transition to boxing, but no sign of that with Ignat, and of course that'll be due to the many years that he's been boxing and the experience that he's had. But they have been calling out Devon Miller, and I think that'll be a cracking fight for him at this stage.
Yeah.
You know, 8 fights in as he'll be now, and Devon Miller at the stage he's at, that could be, you know, one of those with 2 prospects putting everything on the line.
Yeah, no, most definitely. It's kind of brewing a bit. I've seen a bit of back and forth on social media, and it's like,
well, he has a translator, and the translator's been saying that's who we want. So whether he's saying that or not, he might be saying, hey,
he's in the gym coming in with his phone and saying, look at this, and I want it. But I think they've tried to make that fight, but for one reason or another, it couldn't happen.
Well, he had the Commonwealth Silver title fight with Lewis Oakford.
Oh yeah, of course he did.
Just here early in October, but perhaps that could be on the cards, because Oakford took the title that night, and so that might be something that Miller will look at, and it certainly, we do like to see that, don't we? 2 prospects who putting it on the line, and that one loss is not a huge stain on the record of Miller. You know, the 2 losses have both come to Oakford, so who knows? Maybe we'll see that. But business to deal with first of all for Ignat here, and this, I was saying it that during the ring walk, Dens, that, you know, 7 stoppages, 7 wins, but this would be a statement win, because you can't always take too much from somebody's resume for stoppages, because it depends who they've stopped. But we know that Bykhautsou is very experienced, really durable. He's 10-31-3, only been stopped 4 times, which in the heavyweights is, you know, significant. So if he could win by stoppage here, that would be a statement.
No, it would be, most definitely. Like you said, especially where he's you know, naturally a cruiserweight as well, so his power carries through.
Yeah, he's a big man to stop, isn't he, Bykhautsou? He's a real thick-set lump of a man, isn't he? It's so interesting with Bykhautsou, because he's got such a short neck, hasn't he? You know, he's that real robust sort of stocky build, and his head just doesn't rotate at all. It's like it's in that fixed position, bent forward all of the time. If you were coaching somebody in the gym, you would never coach that. But somehow, bizarrely, it just works for him, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
You would never say, just put your head forward slightly on a tilt and just walk somebody down, and yet it's really hard work to fight against, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because he just, no matter what you fight him, he just keeps coming. And like I said, it can be disheartening. It can make you feel like you run out of ideas, and then you see, you know, what you're made of halfway through the fight, essentially.
When he couples it with that overhand right at times, he's a bit of a mini wrecking ball, is the Belarusian, but Ignat again doing a good job, but he's got to be aware of that over the top. Oh, there it goes again. Twice there. I'm sure there'll be a word in the corner there from Martin, won't there?
Definitely.
What's he like to work with? You know what how he approaches things in the corner. He's a very, in all his interviews, very calm, composed. What's it like in the corner?
In the corner, he starts off like that. He's very calm and stuff. Alright, no need to panic. Get on with it. If you make a mistake, he will let you know, and that's when you know you're on the wrong side of the fight. When he starts giving it to you, when he starts swearing and shouting, he's capable of flipping that switch. Like, oh wow, Martin's angry. Do you know what I mean? Like, and then it's like, alright, wake up, because I don't want to come back to the corner.
You're seeing here these overhand rights from Bykhautsou, and you just see Ignat can't afford to ship too many of those.
No,
can
he can't. It's just the way he throws it. He just kind of dips down as if he's trying to get away, and then before you know it, he's launched one over the top.
It's just like a solid tank coming at you all the time, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
And he's just eating those shots, isn't he? Like, those jabs are just being thrust into his face, and he's barely flinching.
Literally, he just keep going forward.
And there's some weight behind those overhand shots from Bykhautsou, so...
Good right hand there from Ignat.
Nice lead hook, and he stepped off after as well, which that's what he needs to do, isn't it? So he's not allowing Bykhautsou even to get the chance to get that backhand off then.
Good left hook there from Ignat again.
He's given him a hard night's work here though, as Bykhautsou, which arguably that'll be really good for Ignat, because it's all very well having these stoppages, but there will come a time when he needs to know he's got those rounds in the tank. Mentally, he knows it's there.
Yeah, exactly, he knows it's there. Against a tough guy as well, not just against someone that's just tucking up trying to survive. Against someone tough. And Bykhautsou, he's coming forward.
Doesn't stop coming, does it?
His whole head is red, and he's still walking forward.
Well, if there's anyone listening who wants to hand out awards for punditry, I think Denzel has just put himself top of the list. His whole head is red. There we go, iconic. That doesn't win an award, I don't know what does. Top level punditry hat. Not a British champion for nothing, were you? Oh goodness me, inside the final minute then of the fourth. And this doesn't quite have the jeopardy, you don't feel, that the previous contest. Oh, Gum Shield has come out there. Yeah, in the previous fight you felt that any second there could be that telling shot. There's been a couple of glimpses of it here, but it's a very different kind of fight, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Ignat is having to work for his successes, isn't he?
Yeah,
but he's adjusted really well, and I think he's put his shots together, he's been smart about it, and obviously been taking the instructions from the corner and trying to implement it.
He's been made to throw a lot of shots, Ignat, but he's handling the pressure well.
Really well conditioned as well, isn't he? I mean, there hasn't been a drop in his pace at all.
Yeah.
And what we haven't seen in this one is any fatigue from either of them.
That's true.
We did see that in the prior fight, but both of them still looking just as fresh as they did in the first, and just as eager as well to get forward. And lovely fast hands from Ignat. Not all of them landing, but it was good work from him. Bykhautsou's definitely one of those you just do not want to meet in a dark alley.
No way. You don't want to meet him drunk in a pub neither.
And if that head goes red, you need to get out of there.
Get out of there. That means danger.
There we go, bit of popular country music in the background here. This heavyweight contest. Only boxing can mix heavyweights
and country music.
and boot scooting boogie. There we go. Scheduled for 6-3s this as we enter the 5th. Good work off the jab from Ignat. Just a slip there as he just lost his foot in Bykhautsou. Good work at long range from Ignat, just falls short with that final hand, but his hand speed is impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Whoa. He's having fun there, Ignat.
Putting on a show now for the fans, and they're absolutely loving it, leaning over the barriers behind us, enjoying every moment of that little bit of showmanship. Gum shield out again from Bykhautsou. That's the second time, so I'm sure the referee having a little word. Crowd taking this opportunity to chant, throw a few chants to try and keep that fire in the belly of Ignat, as Bykhautsou just getting a word from the referee about that gum shield as it was out for the second time. Action resumes, Ignat straight to it. Lovely work with those long shots. Just skips away, bit of fancy footwork now, fires off that backhand. Showing some real confidence and fluidity now in his work.
He wants to be careful leaning back like that though.
He's playing with Bykhautsou, but you do have to be careful playing with fire, or with a tank more accurately. And the sheer presence of a man with that weight, and he's lumping those big shots at you, is mentally and physically tiring, because you have to keep your work rate up to keep them off.
Yeah, exactly.
And you daren't switch off for a second, because one of those looping shots, if it connects, could really be problematic. But he's still there, Bykhautsou, isn't he? Just still plodding
there,
forward.
Literally, he hasn't taken a back step all contest.
And as I say, there's also almost no plan to it whatsoever, other than just to simply go forward. And you just wouldn't think it'd be so difficult to fight against, but Ignat doing a great job of keeping it at range, getting his shots off and moving off, and he's minimised those opportunities for Bykhautsou to throw those overhand shots in this round, hasn't he? He needed to do that because he was taking too many.
Yeah, he needed to throw something back in between there.
Much better from Ignat now, as he's just teeing off and picking him off at range and then stepping away. Good work from Ignat. Lovely work again. He's really loading up with those shots now. Bykhautsou having to resort to holding on. And the good thing about Ignat in that round, not only did he keep it at range, but he didn't just take a step off. He arced his step off, and so it just left, because he does come forward in straight lines, it left Bykhautsou just in no man's land because of that arcing extra step he's been taking.
Yeah, most definitely.
With the final few seconds of that penultimate round or anything to go by, we might be in for an absolute barnstormer in the final 3 minutes here. A touch of gloves then, a nod of respect, and we're back underway. Bykhautsou will keep coming forward for every second of this final 3 minutes, but that sharp jab backed up with a 1-2 from Ignat, a great way to start this final round. He's really boxing with confidence now, letting his shots flow. Good work with that jab again. Again, he steps around and doesn't allow Bykhautsou chance to reply. Really good test for Ignat, this, isn't it, at this stage, Denzel? Because, you know, again, 7 wins all by stoppage. Important for somebody to take him the rounds, and I felt that Bykhautsou would do that tonight. It looks like he will do, and he'll be able to take a lot from this.
Yeah, he will. Like you said, he'll give him that confidence knowing he could do the rounds. Obviously doing it in the gym is just different from doing it on the night.
And these haven't been easy rounds where he's been able to pick him off at will, take a breather when he wants. He's had to work throughout the whole contest, hasn't he?
He has had to work, even though in bits he's enjoying himself, but he's had to work because, you know, Bykhautsou has been in front of him the whole time.
Showcasing his athleticism, Ignat, now in this final round. Hasn't allowed Bykhautsou a sniff in these last couple of rounds. She's been much better because he was allowing him those overhand shots, and they were landing clean at times, and they were eye-catching shots, so it was important for him to just tighten up defensively, and he's done that. It's been impressive from Ignat, this, especially these last couple of rounds. And there's just a hesitation now before Bykhautsou comes forward, isn't there?
Yeah.
And that's because of the shot selection and the velocity coming back from Ignat, which has deterred him, if not only slightly. It is the first time we've seen him even think about it before he stepped forward. He still did, but he thought about it first. Ignat now really turning on the showmanship. Really fast hands from Ignat. Been impressive at times when he's let them go. Crowd have really enjoyed this one. He's got great support in here tonight. As you just see, a very fatigued overhand from Bykhautsou as Ignat now turns on the burners. He's looking to give us a big finish. Just steps off, and a really good performance from Ignat, and he needed that. In his 8th contest as a professional, he's taken the distance for the first time. It took a heavyweight to do it, and a durable one, an experienced one at that. But will it only be the better for it from here? Because he had to work every second of every round there, Ignat. And the type of opponent that Bykhautsou is allowed him to showcase his athleticism, all of the shots in his arsenal, and his boxing ability as well. So a really good display from Ignat.
Yeah, definitely. I think it took him 3 rounds, and after that he just started enjoying himself and picking his shots and realised, I'm not going to knock him out, let's just have some fun.
As importantly, he switched on defensively and didn't allow Bykhautsou to have those what are almost free shots at times, with those looping overhand shots that he was catching him with. So that was good to see. Let's get our official announcement now from our MC Mike Connolly.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go any further, can we have a huge round of applause for these two warriors? What a contest! And after 6 rounds of blood and thunder, we go to the referee scorecard. Your winner, with a score of 60 points to 54, and still undefeated, Orian
Never in doubt really, but the crowd still delighted to hear 60-54 and still undefeated. Their man Orian Ignat continues his winning momentum, this time going the distance, but it was impressive. And again, those rounds under his belt and everything, all the questions that were asked of him there, he answered, and that again is going to massively beneficial to him going forward.
That'll do him more good than anything. I mean, it looks good getting a knockout and all these things, but sometimes you need to go the rounds, you need to get the rounds under your belt. Under tough fights where questions are being asked of you, you answer them, you come through successful. That he can go back and learn from and, you know, progress from.
And I think that was really good matchmaking yet again, because he's had to step outside of the cruiserweight division, because you don't want to go up too many levels.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can go for a weight and get the kind of durable opponent that you need in order to get those rounds in.
That is true.
And that's what's happened here. And he did ask questions of him, and it was an impressive performance from Ignat. Really good stuff. As he makes his way ringside, we have a look at some of those action replays. Really good work, tripling up on that lead hook, Ignat there. Really athletic, and that was one of those shots he was taking from Bykhautsou in the early rounds, and he managed to nullify those later and put on an impressive display, and he's now ringside with Melissa.
Orian, Ignat, great performance. You feel good?
Yeah, I feel good, yeah. Thank you.
Obviously, you are known to be a knockout artist, very used to having knockouts in the ring. Very tough opponent in there. What did you make of that fight?
Că tu ești un artist de knockout-uri și știe că trebuie să dai knockout-uri. Ce ai făcut și cum ți-a părut fight-ul ăsta, lupta asta? Este, dacă sincer, a fost un adversar deosebit, cu un cap foarte tare, că cred că mi-am fracturat amândouă mâini. Dar, na, am încercat tot ce am putut, dar...
He said he wanted to put in the round anyway. He said the opponent was very tough. He said he thinks he broke his hand because he said he was very, very strong, but he said, yeah, he did the best he could.
Am câștigat.
It's very important for him to have another win.
Yes, when can we expect to see Orian back in action?
Când o să lupți din nou?
Sper cât mai curând.
He said it's happening very, very soon, but it's very hard for him to find opponent.
I'm going to hand over to Mark Neilson. What did you make of Orian's performance? Of course, we get used to seeing Orian having those knockouts. So to go the full distance, what did you make of that?
Well, he's a master knockout artist normally, isn't he? But he needed the rounds, so the team said, let's get him in with a heavyweight. We know he's going to last the distance. He needs to get those rounds in, and he certainly did. He was a tough guy, wasn't he? He was taking some big shots tonight. You know, and he's got some power on him. So, you know, those rounds are doing some real good, and, you know, some big fights coming up for him for sure.
Orian had a lot of support in the building tonight. Is there a message that he has for the fans that come out to watch him?
Că ai avut foarte mulți fani în seara asta, ai vreun mesaj pentru fani?
În primul rând vreau să le mulțumesc din suflet la toți, că de fiecare dată vin și mă susțin atât de mulți și cred că această victorie este a lui toți, da?
He said basically he wants to say thank you to everybody who come and support him every fight he has, and basically his win is for everybody, not just for himself. You know, he fights for everyone that come to support him.
Orian, congratulations, great fight. We look forward to seeing you back in action.
Thank you very much.
Stacey, handing back over to you on ringside to close out the show.
Well, that brings us to a close for this evening. What a fantastic night of boxing we've had here at York Hall. And just a reminder that on November the 2nd, live on FightZone and Talk Sport, you can follow the Cayman Islands 2 show with 4 titles on the line, so make sure not to miss it. Thank you so much from all of us here this evening for joining us, and we'll see you next week.